I request everyone to give a big round of applause to our chief guest, Izangi Tapa. Welcome, ma'am. Distinguished dignitaries, eminent speakers, educators, policymakers, youth leaders, dear participants, and respected delegates, good morning. I am Trisha Nair, and I am honored to serve as your Master of Ceremonies for today and tomorrow. I come from a country where education has been long regarded as a pathway to wisdom, social progress, and collective responsibility. I'm from India. I'm deeply grateful to the Sustainable Development Council for entrusting me with the responsibility of guiding today's discussion at the United Nations Conference Center. It is my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Global Conference on Education for a Sustainable Future, hosted here at the United Nations Conference Center, a venue that symbolizes global dialogue, cooperation, and collective responsibility. Over the course of this conference, we will engage in meaningful discussions, knowledge sharing, and collective learning to shape education systems that are resilient, inclusive, future-ready, and sustainable. This prestigious conference is organized by the Sustainable Development Council, an international organization holding special consultative status with the United Nations ECOSOC, in collaboration with CREGU, academic institutions, development partners, and global stakeholders. Now, let's get started. We are privileged to be guided by a leader who bridges diplomacy, human rights, and sustainable development, a global advocate for the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and youth empowerment. His leadership has shaped conversations across international platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, Founder, Chairman, Sustainable Development Council, to deliver the address.
Excellencies, Honorable Minister, Head of Delegation, distinguished representatives of international organizations, and leaders of academia, development partners, educators, youth leaders, and esteemed guests and students. A very warm good morning to everyone. On behalf of Sustainable Development Council, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to the Global Conference on Education for a Sustainable Future. Your presence here reflects a shared global commitment to shaping a future that is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable through the power of education. This conference convenes at a pivotal moment of humanity. The world today stands at the intersection of profound opportunity and unprecedented challenges, like climate change, widening inequality, conflict in technological disruptions, economic uncertainty, are reshaping the societies at speed never witnessed before. These challenges transcend the borders, institutions, and the generations. At the heart of all these challenges lies one defining force, that's education. Education is not merely a sector, it's a foundation upon which peace is built, economies is grown, democracy functions, and sustainability become possible. The quality of our education system today will determine the stability, the prosperity, and the resilience of the world tomorrow. If we aspire to a sustainable future, we must first ensure that our education system is themselves a sustainable and inclusive and future ready. Allow me to ground this conversation in a reality. Today, more than 270 million children and young people across the world are out of the school. Millions more are in classroom but unable to read, write, and apply the skills at the appropriate level. This global learning crisis is not an abstract to concern. It's a direct threat to the sustainable development and social cohesion and the global peace. A future built on unequal access to education is neither stable or nor sustainable. When education excludes, societies fragment. When education fails to deliver quality learning, development stalls. When education ignores values, progress losses, and its moral compasses also. This is why the education must be placed in the center of all the sustainable development strategies, not as a supporting pillar, but as a driving force. As a chairman of the Sustainable Development Council, I firmly believe that the three strategic shifts are essential if education is to serve the engine of the sustainable future. First, the education must be inclusive. Second, education must be realities of 21st century. We must prepare the young people not only to learn a livelihood, but lead them to responsibility in the uncertain world. Third, education must be value-driven. Education must be an nurture global citizen who understand the progress is meaningful only when inclusive, just, and environmentally responsible. I would like to place a special emphasis on the role of educator. Teachers are the quiet architects of the transformation. No reform, no policy, no innovation can succeed without empowered teacher. Investing in the teacher capacity, dignity, and well-being is one of the most strategic investment on any nations that can make. Equally, we must recognize the young people who are merely not the beneficiaries of the education system. They are partners, they are innovators, and they are the leaders of change. And their voice, creativity, and courageous are the essentials of shaping the sustainable solutions. Education must be designed with youth, not simply to deliver them. None of this can be achieved in isolation. The transforming education for the sustainable future requires a strong partnership between the government, international organization, academia, civil societies, and the private sectors. And it required shared responsibility, shared accountability, and the shared vision. This conference is not merely a platform for dialogue. It's a call to an action, a call to translate commitment into policy, policy into practice, practice into measurable impact. As we engage these discussions over these coming sessions, let us remain guided by one fundamental question: what kind of world we are educating for? If the answer is a world that peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable, then our education system must reflect those values today, not tomorrow. I conclude with the conviction: guide our Sustainable Development Council. Our sustainable future is not inherited, it's educated to existence. And investing in education is the most powerful investment for the peace, prosperity, and the planetary well-being. And education must prepare young people not only to learn living, but to learn and lead the conscience and the responsibility. I wish this global conference on education, sustainable future, a meaningful and impactful and lasting partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramu, for your leadership and vision on how education stands as a center point to all United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that we all here strive to achieve. It's now my honor to welcome a leader who is deeply committed to shaping young minds and future skills. As the Honorable Minister of Education and Skills Development of the Kingdom of Bhutan, she has worked towards making education more inclusive, practical, and future-ready. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Izangi Tapa, Honorable Minister of Education and Skills Development, Kingdom of Bhutan. A big round of applause, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Kuzuzongpola, and a very good morning. It is a great honor and privilege to join you today at the Global Conference on Education for a Sustainable Future, and I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers for the gracious invitation to serve as the chief guest and keynote speaker. I am deeply encouraged by the theme of this conference, transforming education to transform the world, which resonates profoundly with Bhutan's own development philosophy and education reform journey. At the outset, allow me to commend the Sustainable Development Council, the United Nations, and its partners for convening this timely conference. At a moment when our world is confronted by widening inequalities, demographic transitions, climate vulnerability, rapid technological change, and shifting labor markets, education remains our most powerful collective instrument, not only to advance Sustainable Development Goal 4, but to accelerate progress across all the SDGs. In Bhutan, education is not viewed merely as a system of schooling. It is a moral commitment to future generations. It is the means through which we cultivate not only competencies and skills, but character, compassion, and consciousness firmly grounded in the Bhutanese philosophical values of Tadamtsi and Lijumdi. Guided by our development philosophy of gross national happiness, we believe education must serve a higher purpose, one that balances economic progress with cultural integrity, environmental sustainability, and social harmony. This belief is enshrined in our Constitution, which mandates the state to provide free and equitable education, to invest continuously in the knowledge, values, and skills of all citizens. Education for us is both a right and a responsibility. Over the years, Bhutan has made notable strides achieving universal primary education and steadily improving literacy and human development outcomes. Yet, we recognize that access without quality is unfinished promise. We continue to grapple with learning disparities, uneven resource distribution, teacher capacity gaps, and the urgent need to modernize curriculum and assessment systems. These challenges are not unique to Bhutan. They echo across parts of the world. At the same time, we are living through an era of unprecedented change. Technology is reshaping work and learning. Climate change is redefining resilience. And young people are asking not only what they should learn, but why, how, and for whom. Recognizing these realities, Bhutan reached a defining moment in its education journey. On 17th December 2020, His Majesty, the King of Bhutan, issued a historic royal decree on education reform, calling for a fundamental transformation of the education system. This was not a call for incremental change, but for a system-wide reimagining of curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, teacher development, and infrastructure. His Majesty emphasized the cultivation of critical thinking, creativity, adaptability, problem-solving, and lifelong learning, while remaining deeply rooted in Bhutanese values, culture, and identity. This royal vision continues to guide our reform efforts and provides the moral and strategic compass for our education policies. Guided by this royal vision, Bhutan is undertaking comprehensive education reforms, not merely to modernize systems, but to fundamentally transform the learning experience and life outcomes of our children and youth. At the heart of this transformation is a shift from rote learning to meaningful learning, from modernization, memorization to understanding, from passive reception to active inquiry, and from narrow academic success to holistic human development. Our aim is to ensure that every learner graduates not only with qualifications, but with the ability to think critically, adapt confidently, collaborate ethically, and contribute responsibly to society and the planet. Allow me to highlight a few key priorities. First, curriculum reform. Beginning in 2026, Bhutan will introduce a new globally benchmark, competency-based curriculum carefully contextualized to our national values, cultural heritage, and development priorities. The curriculum emphasizes conceptual depth, interdisciplinary learning, problem solving, creativity, and real world application, while nurturing values such as integrity, empathy, and responsibility. Our focus is not on adopting external models per se, but on ensuring international comparability while remaining locally grounded so that Bhutanese learners can thrive both at home and in a globalized world. Second, teacher professional development. We recognize that teachers are the backbone of any education system. Reforms are underway to strengthen both pre-service and in-service teacher education, enhance instructional leadership, establish clear professional standards, and create meaningful career pathways. Empowered teachers are essential to transforming classroom and learning cultures. Third, revitalizing technical and vocational education and training. Bhutan is also revitalizing technical and vocational education as a pathway of dignity, aspiration, and economic resilience. Our aim is to break long-standing hierarchies between academic and vocational pathways and to ensure that practical skills are valued equally as intellectual ones. By aligning vocational education with emerging sectors, including green industries, digital services, and opportunities arising from the Gelefo Mindfulness City, we are enabling young people to build meaningful livelihoods while contributing to sustainable national development. Fourth, building future-ready institutions. We are investing in STEM-focused schools, international schools, and digital learning platforms to broaden access to quality education while addressing governance, equity, and quality assurance considerations. Across all these reforms, our guiding principle remains clear: education must be inclusive, equitable, relevant, and future-ready. Excellencies, while Sustainable Development Goal remains our shared compass, we must also recognize that the future of education extends beyond 2030. In a world marked by uncertainty, climate stress, technological acceleration, and geopolitical complexity, education must be seen not only as a development goal, but as a global public good, essential for peace, resilience, and planetary well-being. The question before us is no longer whether education system should transform, but how quickly and how equitably we can ensure that transformation reaches every learner. Bhutan's experience underscores a critical lesson. SDG 4 cannot be achieved through fragmented interventions. It requires whole-of-the-system reform, sustained political commitment, and long-term investment. As we deliberate over the next 2 days, I humbly offer a few reflections of a shared consideration. First, transformation must be measured not only by enrollment or completion rate, but by what learners can meaningfully do with what they learn. Second, education systems must support lifelong learning, recognizing that learning no longer ends with graduation. Third, digital transformation must be governed by ethics, inclusion, and public purpose so that technology reduces rather than deepens inequality. Finally, global solidarity in education is not optional, it is a necessity. The challenges we face, climate change, displacement, skills disruption, are shared, and so too must be our solutions. Let us therefore work together across borders, disciplines, and generations to reimagine education as a force for human flourishing, social cohesion, and sustainable development. If we succeed in transforming education with courage, humility, and shared purpose, then education will indeed have the power to transform our world for this generation and those yet to come. In closing, allow me once again to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for the honor of addressing this distinguished gathering. I'm confident that the deliberations of this conference will help shape a shared global vision for transformative education, one that empowers learners, strengthens societies, and advances sustainable development for generations to come. Let us work together across borders, disciplines, and generations to reimagine education as a force for social cohesion, resilience, and hope. If we succeed in transforming education with courage, humility, and shared purpose, then education will indeed have the power to transform our world for this generation and for those yet to come. Thank you, and Tishdele.
Thank you, Ms. Thapa, for your remarkable words on how education stands in the center and how every action matters a joint effort. Now I invite Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, Founder, Chairman, Sustainable Development Council, to kindly come forward to felicitate our honorable guest. Thank you. We will now hear brief addresses from our distinguished guests. I'm delighted to welcome a distinguished representative of the Kingdom of Belgium. As ambassador, he has worked to strengthen international partnerships and global dialogue. His presence here represents how Belgium's continued engagement with global cooperation and education. May I invite His Excellency, Mr. Michel Paris, Ambassador, Embassy of the Kingdom of Belgium, to address the gathering.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to be with you today at the UNCC in Bangkok for this global conference on education for a sustainable future. I would like to warmly thank the Sustainable Development Council, thank you, Dr. Ramu, for this kind invitation and for placing education at the very heart of the sustainability agenda. For Belgium, education is not simply a public policy sector. It is a foundation of our society, and it's also a pillar of our engagement with the world. We believe that education is one of the most powerful tools we possess to foster stability, equity, opportunity, and peace. Belgium is a small country, multilingual, diverse, and deeply interconnected with its neighbors and with the world. Our history has taught us that openness to knowledge, to languages, and to international cooperation is not a luxury, it is a necessity. In the next minutes, I will explain how Belgium organizes education, share our priorities and policy initiatives to advance education for all, and outline our international cooperation, especially through higher education and science partnerships. Belgium is a federal country. Education is mainly organized by our communities. This keeps policy close to learners in schools, while remaining anchored in the shared ambition of SDG 4, Sustainable Development Goal number 4, inclusive and equitable quality education, and lifelong learning opportunities for all. At the national level, Belgium places a strong emphasis on inclusive, equitable, and quality education for all. These principles guide our domestic policies across our communities and regions. We work on a full pathway approach, from early learning to school, to vocational training, to higher education and throughout life. To make this concrete, you can see our approach through 3 lenses: quality, equity, and inclusion. First, quality. We strengthen foundations early, especially language and mathematics, with support as soon as difficulties appear. We support teachers and school leaders because quality is built in classrooms. Second, equity. We target support where it is most needed and keep pathways open, including broad access to higher education with specific entrance exams only for a limited number of programs, plus second chance routes. Third, inclusion. Education is free until the end of compulsory schooling, and compulsory education applies to every child living in Belgium from age 5 to 18, regardless of nationality or resident status. Internationally, we apply the same three lenses. We widen opportunity through mobility and exchange, strengthen quality through institutional partnerships and research cooperation, and ensure equity through genuine partnership and co-creation. This is why our higher education system has always been outward-looking. Our universities and colleges are strongly internationalized. Student mobility, joint programs, and academic partnerships are not marginal activities, they are part of our educational culture. Internationalization is not an added layer to our system, it is part of its DNA. But they also guide our action abroad. Belgium sees a direct and essential link between education for all and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 4, and many others as well, because education contributes to better governance, stronger public institutions, gender equality, economic resilience, and social cohesion. In this sense, education is not only a social investment, it is a structural investment in the future of societies. This is why Belgium integrates higher education and science directly into its development cooperation and its foreign policy. We do not see universities only as places of learning. We see them as partners in development, as institutions that build capacities, generate knowledge, and strengthen societies from within. A key illustration of this approach is our joint strategic framework for higher education and science for sustainable development, currently under review, and that will soon reveal the new strategy and tools for the period 2027-2031. Through this framework, Belgium supports long-term institutional partnerships between Belgian higher education institutions and partners around the world, with a clear focus on quality, relevance, and inclusive opportunity. The objective is not to provide isolated scholarships. The objective is to strengthen academic ecosystems, to support research collaboration, to promote co-creation of knowledge, and to reinforce institutions so they can fully play their role in their own societies. This approach is what we may call academic diplomacy in action. With our regional partners like ARES in French-speaking Belgium and Vlier-Uwas in Flanders, the Dutch-speaking region of Belgium, and through scientific and academic counselors posted abroad, Belgium actively supports connections between universities, researchers, and institutions across borders. We facilitate agreements, we encourage mobility, and we help create durable academic networks. In doing so, education becomes a bridge between nations, a bridge that is built not through treaties, but through trust, cooperation, and shared knowledge. Belgium universities are internationally recognized. In the QS World University Rankings 2026, KU Leuven is ranked 60 globally, and Ghent University is ranked 162nd. Ghent University is also ranked 115th in the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. But the most important in education is not about rankings. Sometimes it's more about the imprint you leave. That is why your universities are not only centers of excellence, they are also hubs of international exchange, including through Erasmus+ and wider global partnerships. Education is also an essential component of what is often described as soft power. Belgium is strongly engaged in European and multilateral education frameworks, promoting recognition of diplomas, academic standards, and mobility schemes. Through these networks, we contribute to shared norms and shared opportunities for students and researchers worldwide. Why does this matter so much for sustainable development? Because sustainable development cannot be imported. It must be built locally. It requires local knowledge, local expertise, and local ownership. It also requires researchers who understand their own context and institutions, capable of training future leaders. In a nutshell, it requires societies empowered through education to shape their own future. This is why Belgium's approach is based on partnership, not assistance. We do not want to export education. We want to build educational partnerships. These partnerships are often long-term and help create academic networks and institutions that endure far beyond individual projects. Here in Asia, we see strong opportunities for deeper academic cooperation, from student exchanges to joint research and institutional collaborations. In areas such as climate resilience, public health, digital transformation, and sustainable urban development, shared innovation is an investment in long-term relationships between our societies. I'm sure you will agree. When students study abroad, they do not only acquire knowledge, they acquire understanding and learn to see the world from another perspective. They build friendships across cultures. They carry with them an experience that shapes how they will later act as professionals, leaders, and citizens. In this way, education contributes directly to mutual understanding between nations and ultimately to shape a brighter future. In closing, let me return to what you ask of me today: Belgium's commitments and contributions toward advancing education for all, including national priorities, policy initiatives, and international cooperation. Let me summarize Belgium's approach around three pillars: inclusion, equity, and quality. Inclusion. In Belgium, we keep pathways open across the full education journey, from early years to school, to vocational training, to higher education and lifelong learning. Internationally, mobility, exchange, and academic partnerships widen opportunity and mutual understanding. Equity. In Belgium, we focus on equal opportunity and targeted support so that background does not determine outcomes. Internationally, we work through partnership and co-creation, strengthening local ownership and capacity. Quality. In Belgium, we strengthen foundations and support teachers and school leaders, because quality is built in classrooms. Internationally, long-term institutional partnerships and research cooperation help strengthen academic ecosystems and standards. Allow me now to conclude with a simple conviction. Education is the most sustainable investment a nation can make for itself and for the world. It empowers individuals, it strengthens institutions, it fosters cooperation, and it builds the foundations for peace and sustainable development. Belgium remains firmly committed to working with all partners who share this vision, a vision where education is not only about learning, but about building a more inclusive, more equitable, and more sustainable future for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my privilege to welcome a senior representative from Australia to this distinguished gathering. Please welcome Mr. Andrew Egan, Minister and Deputy Head of Mission and Permanent Representative of Australia to ESCAP. A big round of applause, please.
Honourable Minister Datapa Dr. Ramu, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, friends, good morning, Sawadee Krap. It is a privilege to join you here in Bangkok at this global conference on education for a sustainable future. Australia is honoured to stand alongside our UN partners and our friends from across Asia to advance a shared mission: education for all, quality, inclusive, lifelong learning for every person. Let me begin with two brief snapshots, one from my home country and one from our region. Both illustrate a truth we all know, that every country is grappling with complex education challenges, and each of us has something to learn from the other. In Australia, even with our strong schooling system, we continue to face persistent gaps in foundational learning, particularly for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds and those living in remote and Indigenous communities. In Asia, similar challenges exist throughout the region. And while countries are leading remarkable reforms, many continue to confront large-scale foundational learning deficits. This means that across our region, from the outback towns of Western New South Wales in Australia to the bustling cities of Surabaya and Bangkok, there are opportunities to improve learning and education outcomes for all children. The challenge we face is truly a global one, and the solutions we need must be shared across borders, cultures, and systems. Excellencies, friends, we meet today at a critical juncture. Around the world and across our Indo-Pacific region, we face complex challenges in increasing access to education, achieving equity, and improving learning outcomes. The COVID-19 pandemic erased decades of global progress, leaving school-aged children with learning gaps that the World Bank estimates will amount to US $10 trillion in lost lifetime earnings. And the pressures on education systems continue to intensify. Climate change is disrupting schooling and displacing communities throughout Asia, and especially in Pacific Island states. Teacher shortages and uneven teacher training jeopardize learning quality across both developed and developing education systems worldwide. Gender inequalities and disability exclusion remain major barriers to educational participation, with near universal primary education rates often concealing worrying trends of retention at secondary school levels. And of course, humanitarian crises continue to unfold in our region and globally, disrupting and often ending the learning journey of millions of children worldwide. Yet despite this deteriorating picture, global funding towards education is declining. Many donors and partner governments are diverting resources away from education, even as evidence shows that education remains one of the most catalytic investments for social and economic transformation. Education changes lives, families, communities, and entire nations. The world knows this, but collectively we are not acting like it. Business as usual is not working. We must change course. So our time together this week is an important opportunity to acknowledge these hard facts. But it is also a time to celebrate what we have achieved despite these obstacles. In this country, Thailand, for example, we are seeing the ideal of education for all being implemented wholeheartedly. As many in this audience will be aware, Thailand has begun its implementation of a landmark new enrolment policy, opening its school doors to displaced and migrant children. Now, if successfully implemented, Thailand could be about to provide the largest global education uplift for stateless children that we've seen in decades. Now, Australia is committed to ensuring that every Australian child can access quality learning throughout life. But we apply this same principle to underpin our global education partnerships as well. Let me briefly explain. Australia's Education Official Development Assistance Program remains strong, strategic, and deeply anchored in partnership. Importantly, our Education for Development commitment is also enduring. At a time of great disruption and contestation, and at a time when others are reducing their development funding in education and other sectors, we remain committed to education, the future of our region and its people. So over this year, Australia will invest $572 million in education to support partner countries deliver lifelong quality learning opportunities for all, particularly for women, girls, and people with disabilities. Over 75% of that investment will be directed to the Pacific and Southeast Asia, because when our neighbours succeed, when their people are empowered through education, our whole region benefits. Across Southeast Asia and the Pacific, Australia supports partner governments to strengthen basic education systems, improve teacher quality, and expand access to inclusive learning. Our long-standing bilateral partnerships in the region support foundational learning, advance gender equality, and increase access to education to children of all abilities. In Papua New Guinea, for example, our current program of support is helping improve foundational literacy and numeracy for over 100,000 students and 5,000 teachers. Education provides the building blocks for a life of learning and success, and foundational learning, developed from early childhood through to secondary education, is where this work starts. It underpins the success of our broader investments at all levels, such as skills development, tertiary level scholarships, and in leadership. Foundational learning unlocks opportunities for lifelong productivity. Our Australia Award Scholarship Program continues to empower future leaders across the Indo-Pacific, strengthening ties between our communities. Many alumni, teachers, policymakers, researchers are here today, demonstrating the transformative power of education exchanges. Globally, Australia is a committed contributor to multilateral education mechanisms too. We are one of the largest contributors to the Global Partnership for Education, and we strongly support the work of UNESCO, including by investing in the UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report, which reports against our collective progress towards meeting SDG 4. And finally, but certainly not least, Australian universities, training providers, and education researchers contribute directly across the region, providing world-class and life-changing learning experiences to students in Australia and offshore, as well as providing technical assistance, teacher training, and innovative digital solutions to partners. Distinguished guests, colleagues, the global education crisis demands a global response. Education is not a luxury, it is a human right, and the foundation of economic opportunity, gender equality, climate resilience, health security, indeed peace for our region and the world. Facing challenges of this scale requires collective action at every level, global, regional, and local. This means shared ownership to ensure multilateral institutions and regional education networks are strengthened. It means prioritising listening and learning and supporting partner-led national reforms. It means working in parallel with educators and communities to address local priorities. And it means building research and sharing evidence to support our collective efforts. Every partnership, big or small, moves us closer to education for all and to achieving SDG 4. So I urge you all to make the most of this conference and to seek out new partnership opportunities. Australia stands ready to work with all of you, our partners, our friends, to reimagine the future of education in our region and to help create a more peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your valuable words. Distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to the inaugural publication of the Fortune 100 Sustainable Development Goals Institutions Index, a recognition that honors institutions demonstrating strong commitment to advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This publication celebrates institutions that go beyond academic excellence and act as drivers of positive change, aligning their goals with global priorities such as quality education, gender equality, climate change, innovation, and partnership. The institutions recognized today have been carefully evaluated based on their SDG-aligned policies, research impact, community engagement, and commitment to sustainable future. Together, they represent leadership, responsibility, and long-term vision in shaping resilient societies. At this moment, it is my honor to invite our Honorable Minister for Education and Skills Development, Kingdom of Bhutan, Izangi Tapa to please come onto the stage, followed by His Excellency Mr. Michel Paris, Ambassador, Embassy of the Kingdom of Belgium, Mr. Andrew Egan, Minister and Deputy Head of Missions and Permanent Representative of Australia to ESCAP, Mr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, Founder Chairman, Sustainable Development Council, and Mr. Gokulanandan Mathiaragan, General Secretary, Secretary General, Sustainable Development Goal. May I request the dignitaries to please join us on stage for the unveiling of the book, the Fortune 100 book. A big round of applause for the excellent initiative that is done, featuring 100 institutions. We will now break for coffee and tea, and the session will resume promptly at 11:35 a.m. with the first technical session of the conference. We request all participants to kindly return to the hall on time. Thank you. Distinguished dignitaries, we now proceed to a technical session 1 titled Strengthening Education Systems for the Implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 4. It is my pleasure to introduce the moderator of this session, Dr. Melissa Ashegul-Kal, faculty lecturer at Suvan Sunanda Rajbat University. Please, a big round of applause. I request her to please introduce her panel members, the topic, and take it forward.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, delegates, students, and everything being here with us today. Good morning and welcome to the first opening session of Global Conference on Education for a Sustainable Future here in the heart of Bangkok at the United Nations today. Welcome. So this is Dr. Melissa Ashegul-Kal from Suvan Sunanda Ratchabat University from Bangkok, Thailand. It will be my great pleasure today to serve you as your first moderator. Hope that we're going to enjoy today for this 1 hour together. And the title of our session is somewhere? No, that's okay. Strengthening education systems for the implementation of Sustainable Development Goal 4 we're going to talk about today, right now, and for the next 2 days. Now, as we all know, dear ladies and gentlemen, SDG 4 is not merely about expanding access to education. It is also about transforming the way we teach and we learn and prepare all the future generations here for rapidly changing world. And today, we will explore all together how education systems across our region and beyond can become more resilient, inclusive, and future-driven. Now, with your kind permission, I know that our speakers are also as excited as me, right? I don't want them make wait, actually, and I would like to invite all of our speakers to the stage, one by one. And our first speaker today, Mr. Taparit. Mr. Taparit, he was here somewhere. Mr. Taparit is here with us. I think I saw him. It's okay. It's okay. He can come. All right. So our second speaker is today my lovely dean from Suvan Sunanda Ratchabat University, Dr. Napasri Suwanajot, the Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. The Dean, can I please get you to the stage? Thank you so much. And our third speaker is here today, Ms. Dewi Pupa Arum, Associate Professor at Universitas Pampanguna Nasional Veteran Jawa Timur from Indonesia. Welcome here again. Can I please get you also to the stage? And our fourth speaker is today, Dr. Ongad Namvok from Faculty of Education, Khon Kaen University from Bangkok, Thailand. When Mr. Taparit comes, he can join us. Mr. Taparit, hello. We have been waiting for you. Mr. Taparit, founder and CEO of Ad Astra Asia Company Limited from Bangkok, Thailand, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that's great. Okay, so we are so grateful to such an inspiring group of experts being with us today. Welcome again, dear experts. Welcome again. Welcome. And before we begin, I would like to kindly remind to all of our speakers that you will have 8 minutes to share your insights with us. And after we complete this session, we will have 15 minutes for discussion. And once that one is over, we will have Q&A session all together. Great. So, thank you very much for one more time. And right now, let's get down to the business. And let's start with Mr. Taparit, our first speaker today. So, ad aspera per aspera, right? Yes. So, yes, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for today. Definitely want to talk about more on, I think the issue right now is education itself. Is it still relevant and meaningful to the current young generation as well? For me, as a person that tried to link between the corporate world and the educational world, is a huge gap. We see clearly enough that the skills we need to be able to find money, be able to find careers itself right now, is not all equal to the education you receive. And is a degree enough now these days to be able to get jobs and be able to find careers itself? And you see, I think that's where the question of accessibility is important. I think that the meaningfulness, right, going on. Right now with Thai students, right now, between COVID period time just itself, we have hundreds of thousands of students that actually got out of education because COVID was difficult. They had no phone, they had no tablet, there's no e-learning platform going on. Huge issue. Me be able to advise and talk to the ministry as well going on, have to find a way to bring them back into the system again. Very key important, I think, is that be able to know that there is meaning in education. The question now is that these 100,000, 200,000 students that left the education sector, did they want to leave? I don't think so. But did they leave because what? They could not see meaning or importance in education in their current career, their current life specifically. Can they come back? There are system processes right now in the Thai government has presented as after-school session or these things, but they all cost money. They all cost time, right? Education is a true investment. And that investment has to be meaningful enough for anyone to be able to take their time in that circumstance itself. You can also see as well, alternative education, Google. I just checked, Microsoft has 4,300 courses online. We see Amazon has 13 programs that are certification programs. We also see that Google has 1,000 courses that are free and not free online to upskill, reskill. But the bigger problem I talked to the ministry a few days ago was that these courses are accessible to Thai people, to international as well. But one problem we lack is assessments. We don't have a benchmark to tell that these students are competent or good enough in the sector. They say they pass or don't pass. That's not a qualification in business. The difficulty we face in corporate world, I want to know someone that is truly productive, meaningful enough, right? And I think that's where, if you search online right now today, you search AI assessment, it'll be all just the word readiness. It's not competency-based. It's not productive-based. It's just about that, are you ready itself? And the UNESCO was the first initiative actually to establish the competency model for education for teachers as well. So we actually think that UNESCO really developed an actual model for teacher development in AI, in development itself. A framework was presented. OECD has created a new one as well going on. Another AI assessment model as well. We're seeing clearly enough that there were a period of time that people were flooding courses on everywhere. Even with currently Thai universities now are mandated to open online courses based on the life learning program in Thailand. But still, if you really feel only 1% go to those courses and don't go in. So do we have accessibility? Do we have courses? Yes, yes, and yes. But why they're not joining? Because there's no meaning. They don't see the value of those activities as much. And I think that's where the question today you must ask now, how we make education relevant, meaningful in today's context today, make it essential. In my generation, my parents forced me to get a bachelor's degree right away, then master, then PhD afterwards, or even 2 masters you want. Young people these days see less meaning of this going on. And people today, they even make money, 15,000 baht, 20,000 baht, $1,000 about, even with no degree. When my time, when you had no degree, you only get 7,000 baht, $200. You have a degree, you get 15 minimum. That's $500 going on. So education had a direct relationship between life, financially, family, that kind of thing. Now it's different. So I really say we have to think about this. The higher Ministry of Thailand has reinforced every Thai university. I think the professors will know this as well. 6 credits, 90 hours, 2 courses minimum for every university degree going on. 2 ways. 1, to establish a new core course on AI specifically to be mandated like English, or two, adapt your current course model to be more AI friendly, more AI integrated going on. That was the order on 16 October this year, last year going on. I talked to the minister about this. I talked to many professors. This order, Bangkok, no issue. Large university like Khon Kaen itself, sir, no problem. But for small universities, big issue. Because we have about 150 universities. I think that can really mandate this about 25, 30. The rest still struggle. How do we do this in the best way possible? And the biggest problem, Thailand itself, 80% can use AI. Accessibility, into AI usage, but all for chat, for talking, not partnership development. And you know, a biggest bank in Thailand invested millions of dollars into training AI to their employees. And you know what happened? They didn't show intellectual improvement. They show a shortcut. They just copy paste and deliver those contexts inside. They thought AI was a cheat sheet, not a productive tool going on, because that's why university are scared sometimes to use it, because kids misuse AI as a cheat sheet to write reports and all these things. But in reality, it is so much a powerful tool. In today's context, with a high aging society, Thailand has nearly 18-20% aging society, with a birth rate less than 500,000 kids, about I think only 400,000 this year, lowest in history of time. We are in the period of time that I would say AI is in the best for Thailand and in any country in that region. Why? Because you can multiplex yourself. It's also the best year that students can do things they want. You can study accounting at your bachelor degree. You may not like it because your parents force you, but now you can be an expert marketer with AI. AI is a time that you can actually cross-function to learn things yourself and to enhance fully development. So I feel like life doesn't limit your degree anymore in this generation. It's all about you self-learning, and knowledge is all online, on YouTube, internet. The question today is not about people that can access education, because they can, for sure. It's not about the 10% that love learning, that's not the issue. It's about the rest that doesn't learn, the rest that don't see meaning, the rest that don't want to care. I think that's where we in the corporate world want to be able to see how do we benchmark it, how do we tell people that, and you see, for me as a corporate person, maybe bachelor degree, it's just something that is good to have. It's not a mandatory thing. But for me, what's meaningful is productivity. Can these people really function work, right? And that's where I promote for sure. One, we want more internship. We want more people, even for schools, for high schools, even for university. All these points, I think we need to actually get students like all you here engaged with the real world. The university, for me, should be a simulation of the real world. But difficulty of bureaucracy, university council, academician, makes it less relevant to the corporate world or even to the real world that we live in. We have to make it more closer in that relationship itself. You see, we have many tools the ministry does work, but I still think that we do need more work to be able to show students today that come back to education, the meaningfulness going on, and show that we can actually make your life difference. And university, the last point itself, has to link ROI, return on investment, not on degree you make, but where your students are growing. Because in this country, Ministry of Higher Education focus on degrees, labor focus on work. I think they have to work together to make university mandate, link it, that my student can grow somewhere else.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your insightful remarks. And as far as I see, we all have the same problems nowadays all over the world, right, Mr. Taparit? Yeah, thanks a lot. So now I would like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Napasri Subanajot from Swansea Rajabat University, the Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. The floor is yours, Doctor.
Thank you very much. It is a great honor to speak today, and I vibe with you a lot, Dr. Tepper, because a lot of things that you mentioned are the things that we at the higher education institutions are, consider, and this is like one of the pain point, like, imagine traditional universities back then. Curriculums and everything were designed by 5 people in the department. These are what we know. These are what we've been trained. So this is what we're going to teach you. But as we see that now with the disruption of the digital era and everything, we see that the gap is getting wider and wider between corporates' needs and also what educational institutions is offering. So that brings us to a reform of how should we do this? How could we still be relevant? How can we make education still relevant to the real world, to the corporates? What corporates need? Not we are not a machine or a factory that manufacture graduates that are so irrelevant and also contains nothing or not the specific kind of skills that is not necessary. So that's why I think the Ministry of the ministry is now giving stress to the curriculums to become cooperative of work integrated education, or what we call CWE. And this is what Dr. Teprit mentioned, that this can be a playground, a simulation of the real world, where school is not only just a series of lectures that, students sit back and got so sleepy and has nothing to do to be actively participate. But now we are changing, universities are changing, and we are trying to become more relevant. So we bring in all the stakeholders. Let's come and talk, all the corporates, let's come and talk, okay? What sort of corporates are, that our graduates are intending to work at? So we bring all those stakeholders to discuss the needs and also what kind of skills that the students need in the future. And also, not only that, to co-design the outcome, but we want them to come and co-design the curriculum from the beginning. So from the beginning, they know what kind of graduates we are shaping and also manufacturing, to speak. And this has been happening for quite a few years, and I think the students are seeing this change as a positive. They take it positively because previously the skills, when we go and inspect the internship at different corporates or organizations, we will get sort of feedback that, the skills are not quite relevant. We wish that, the students have more this and that skills. So right now, with corporates being included in co-designing the curriculum, the students are more skillful and they contain more what is needed. So today we talk about strengthening the educational system. So I think that to strengthen this means that we need to see more alignment. Alignments of what? Alignment of visions with action, alignments of policy with practice, and curriculum with the real world, as we're doing right now, and knowledge with values. Because education system is strong not because we produce graduates, but it is strong because it produces responsible citizens. And the one more thing that I would like to talk here is that we need to focus more, not only a bachelor degree or master's degree or even PhD. I think that this is becoming less and less interesting for the new generation. What they need more is something that they can use right away. So let's talk about life learning, because life learning is a very, very important skill. And I think that like many of you may have gone to different platforms like Coursera or different kinds of mass open online courses. I've worked with Coursera, and we discussed a lot about how to bring in younger generations to come on platform and what kind of skills do they need. But we've seen that many learners on those kind of platform, they do not finish what they started. And that's not a small number. It's like majority of people. Like Dr. Teprin, I mentioned you a lot because there are great points that you mentioned. This is the skills. Only 10%, less than 10% are people who love to learn. You know, they're lovers of knowledge, but a lot of people, when they start, they cannot finish. But I think the universities or even higher educational institutions at different levels, those are the place where the love of learning and also the ability of learning should be groomed. And these places are the home ground of building people with the ability of lifelong learning. So it becomes portable. The learning nowadays, it's not confined only in campus, but it's going to become stackable and it's going to become lifelong. So to close my remarks, I'd like to talk about education one more time, that education, if the education is to transform the world, us, the educational institutions, must transform ourselves first, and we must align with national strategy and also with the global vision, and we must align with the innovation with humanity. So at Swansunanta Ratchapat University, we see ourselves as this bridge between the local communities with and global frameworks. And strengthening education system is not just a technical exercise, but it is a commitment to link the future with what we want to build. And if we educate not only knowledge but wisdom, the SDG Goal 4 will not remain a goal on paper. It will become a lived reality in every classroom, every community, and also every generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this amazing speech. Thank you so much. So balancing theory and practice is getting more and more difficult every day. So yeah, we also experience it every day at our university. We have amazing students, great lecturers, of course, but in this AI age, AI era, you know, it's more getting difficult and difficult for everyone. Thank you very much again. That was great. We're so lucky today. We have amazing speakers. So now I want to welcome Ms. Dewi Puspa Arum to share her insights, please, from Indonesia. Yes, please, Professor.
Thank you, Melissa.
My pleasure.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished panelists and participants. Before I begin, I would like to share that this is my first time experience participating in United Nations conference, so I'm a little bit nervous, Melissa, but thank you so much for your help.
My pleasure. It's
And
very normal.
Thank you so much, and I feel truly honored to be here today. My name is Dewi Puspa Arum. I'm from UPN Veteran Jawa Timur from Indonesia, and right now I'm also a BIPA instructor from Badan Bahasa Kemendikbudayaan. And today I will briefly share my experience on BIPA as language diplomacy for SDG 4, cultural and Asian cooperation. And my presentation will focus on how language education can support inclusive education and strengthen education systems. Okay, actually I have sent the materials to the committee, but I will write the I will read the materials. Okay, language barriers as a global challenge. I think language barriers can remain one of the major challenges faced by international students. Limited language proficiency often reduce classroom participation, academic confidence, and social inclusion. As shown in this slide, if you can see, students who receive language preparation consistently demonstrate higher engagement, stronger confidence, and better integration. This is why language is not supplementary. Language is the foundational to SDGs 4. Without language access, inclusive education cannot be fully achieved. And in my professional contribution, I want to inform you what BIPA means. BIPA is Bahasa Indonesia bagi penutur asing, or it is the Indonesian language education for foreign language. And in my professional roles, I support BIPA implementation through academic and cultural assistance for international students, curriculum alignment, quality assurance, and digital learning delivery. And I also integrate language with cultural understanding. From practice-based observation, we can see that students become more confident in class, adapt faster academically, and engage better socially. These outcomes show that language education directly supports learning readiness. And BIPA in ASEAN cooperation, BIPA also implemented through ASEAN cooperation. This includes academic mobility programs, guest lectures, joint initiative, and university partnerships. The impact is sustained inter-university collaboration, repeat institutional partnership, and strengthen regional academic networks. Language program connect institutions, not only individuals. This cooperation transforms language education into regional system building mechanism. And digital BIPA and system efficiency, digital and blended BIPA supports pre-arrival language readiness, wider access to learning, and standardized outcomes. At the system level, this reduces adjustment periods, improve learning continuity, and strengthen quality control. Digital language education allows education system to become more inclusive and sustainable. Okay, next, SDG impact and key takeaways. BIPA directly contributes to SDG 4 in the field of quality and inclusive education, and SDG 17, global partnership. There are three key lessons from this experience. First, language education must be treated as a core system component. Second, cultural integration improve educational outcomes. And the third, digital delivery enhance sustainability and reach. From a policy perspective, language programs should be integrated to SDG 4 strategies. Regional cooperation should be strengthened, and practice-based models can inform policy development. To conclude my presentation, in conclusion, BIPA is more than language instruction. It is support inclusive education, system strengthening, and global partnership. Language education is a practical tool for advancing SDG 4. I think it is the last page. Thank you very much for your attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much for sharing your first experience at the United Nations with you. That was amazing. So I was also going to ask you a question about something culturally we have talked before, but you have already mentioned about BIPA. Yeah, and but I think I will ask more about it later in the panel discussion. Thank you so much for sharing your insights again with us. Thanks a lot. Finally, I would like to invite Dr. Ongat Namwong, right? Yes, from Konkan University, Bangkok, Thailand, for his opening remarks. Please, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Melissa, for a nice presentation. Yeah, I do agree with our speakers, and I try to present you different perspectives and experiences in my experience in my context in Khon Kaen. Yes, it is said that maybe in the Thai context that the foundation of the buildings is from bricks, and the foundation of the life is education. I couldn't agree more about this statement, and I'm quite sure that all of you agree with me about this statement. Yet over the past 2 decades, Thailand has made substantial progress in expanding access to education across all levels in the country. So this reflects the strong national commitment to sustainable development goal 4. However, the expanded participation alone does not translate to the effective learning outcomes. Let me share in my context. Many of the students join the school, but they need to quit or leave school when they finish grade 6 or grade 9. This is the basic compulsory of Thai education. Because of what? Actually, I would like to present my slide here. Yes, we cannot deny that poverty is one of the main factors that prevent students to go to school. Some of them go to school for food because they have nothing to eat at home. So in Northeast, where I'm from, or we call Isan, yes, Many students stay with their grandparents because their parents work in the big cities and rarely go home. And recently, I had an opportunity to join is a kind of hometown teacher training. We need to recruit the students from the low-income family, and it's hard for us to select the students. And I found that 90% of them stay with the grandparents, and even worse, their parents broke up, divorced, or even have new families. So this is the obstacle from them to spend their life and joining the school. Then here we can see that even in Thailand, it indicates a high number of students joining the school with a high percentage of participation. And a lot of students finish their education at grade 9, but it doesn't show about the quality education, even not only the numbers of the students. And in my context, again, in Khon Kaen, many students would like to study in the big cities. In the same way, teachers would like to move to work at a big school as well. Because the quality of school is considered by the student, and even the teacher would like to move in the big school because of what? Because the facilities, resources, the good infrastructure. That's why many small schools are left with some students. Actually, it's a good opportunity to develop these learners because a small number of the students, but on the other hand, they lack resources, they lack good infrastructure. So this is quite limitation of student or teacher to provide the quality of education. And in terms of university level, because as a practitioner in teacher education, we train the student teachers to become good teacher in the future. But we also found that in Thai classroom, even now, we still have traditional ways of teaching or teacher-centered approaches. Our education try to move on, focusing on learner-centered approaches, but the content focus or the exam orientation also block the way that we move. That's why this is also the factor that we need to consider to move on for better education. Besides, I think it's time for us to share the same goals for all stakeholders, start from the parents or the students, to know what we are working for in the same direction, because otherwise we may miss the way. So if we know the same goal, so we can walk in the same direction. So everyone has their own roles, because not only one can complete sustainable development, but this is our task, our mission to complete this together. So to bridge the gap from poverty, not only the numbers, but provide the quality of education, we need to prepare the teacher. Like Dr. Teparit mentioned about meaningful learning, we need to link this to real world situation to prepare learners or students for the real world. So this can help by the teacher as the teaching agent. But if we allow the teacher just move on their own, it may impossible. We need to equip teacher with their pedagogy for teaching. Yeah, the key teacher, the teacher are key agents that can help change the classroom to the real world. That's why continuous professional development is the key. So teacher can adapt this into the classroom. And at the end, yes, provide the learning outcomes that we expect, not just the numbers of the students attending classroom, but the student of quality. That's why at the end, yeah, I would like to mention again, if we would like to have sustainable development, especially for SDG 4, everyone should know the direction of our education. If we know, or the student know the aim for the education, I think we can join hands and work together to accomplish our goal for sustainable development. Okay, thank you very much.
The foundation of buildings is brick. The foundation of life is education. I think that summarizes for loving 2 days for us, right, Dr. Onga? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution. Now, I would like to thank you for all of you, to all our speakers for these compelling insights. And we will now move into our moderating discussion, focusing on practical strategies and collaborative pathways for achieving, of course, SDG 4. Now, if you excuse me, I would like to ask all of our speakers some questions. Do not worry, you will only have 3 minutes to answer the questions, because I'm sure that everybody is interested about your opinions about these interesting matters. So, Mr. Taparit, at this table, as far as I see, you are the only person from private sector, right? And that's really very good for us, because we need some different perspectives for education, right? We need to see what can we do for balancing more theory and practice all together. And you have also talked about we needed AI assessments, seriously. So from your perspective, and from the perspective of private sector innovation, what do you see as the most critical digital tools or technologies that can accelerate equitable access to quality education in Southeast Asia, but maybe we can say in Thailand? Yes, please.
I do want to take note on this, that I'm from the private sector, but also I'm a lecturer in South Korea and US as well. So being
Perfect.
an educator of life, right? I also
Much better
currently
for us.
right now I actually will be helping manage 3 UK universities. Will open a campus in Thailand as well.
Great.
So lucky enough, the balance. I think the first question talks about the balance between academics and practicality, right, going on. I think it's the question. I go back to US then. I think America right now has been very interesting to create a new position. It's called professor or practitioner. So ideally saying that when I go to Cornell and they teach example, I don't get a professor status, but I get a professor practitioner. Defining at the practicality that I have in my sphere becomes something valuable enough. In Thai structure, that's not happening yet. They do have a structure called guest speakers. Ideally, the instructor that runs the course is mandated to take care of the course at academic level. But for me, I'm actually a full-fledged teacher, professor in Cornell teaching. So I think we have to find this proper balance between academic excellence and also practically using that theory into practicality, right? This is where I think different universities have different experiences going on. It's not a perfect science to it, but I think there is somehow, somewhere we have to find a way. Now, the question now, how do they do it? One, they invite outsiders to talk, to speak, but that's only sharing. It's not integrating and using as much. We have to be able to think about how to get practitioners that are maybe retired, mature, back into the system going on to serve the college, to serve university in the way. Number 2, technology. I think right now we're in the edge that SEG 4 or education had to be redefined. The issue that was firstly established was mostly accessibility. Now it's not an issue. It's everywhere. Mobile phones are less than $50 per device. YouTube is all free. The knowledge is really there now this time. I think the issue now that SEG will face is the meaning value of this per se education sector, right? Which it's an issue because university mostly focus on degrees and excellence of academics, yet that doesn't follow up on actual return on investment in the long term going on. So I think that's one thing that each university should also link towards finding their counselors understand their unit to help find jobs, but it's not enough. It's just still a gimmick. It's not the main driven. As a professor, it's already hard to teach and do research and all these other mandates, right, going on. And then later on, you try to make a teacher find job for students. It's problematic. So my last point about technology, I think that AI is here. If you imagine, ChatGPT 1 to now 5.3 only took 8 months. In 1 year, it'll be 6 point something or 7 or 8. It could be faster or smarter than this. We have to catch up on this wave to make professors not afraid to use it, to enjoy using it, and make the student enjoy as well the way, right? Because it exists, it's here going on. So I think the last point of the technology is that I think honestly right now, between gadgets like even AI glasses or all these things, I think will definitely help with language translation and all these.
Yes.
So people need to learn English because English today, is not that English is perfect, but I think English has more content online, that more knowledge accessibility going on. So definitely, I think essential is that technology is making them learning, like translate AI, these things, to make that academic knowledge or that knowledge more accessible. So I think
Yes.
language is a must.
Thank you so much, Mr. Taparit. So, Mr. Taparit said that professors also, they need to improve themselves. But the problem is that, as Dr. Napasri said, the gap, it's getting wider and wider for every day. That's the reason at the university, we're not just at the university as lecturers over there. We are everywhere, all the time. We're always trying to improve ourselves everywhere, because this is what a real scientist, researcher, and academician mean, right? Yeah, we are at the same point, of course. Thank you very much.
Can I just add
Thank you so much.
Just 10 seconds, sorry.
Yes.
I do totally agree. I do think this last 2 points. I think that between a school, a faculty, example, business school, that mostly professors have never done business is a challenge into this context.
Yeah.
Engineer professor that teach engineer, that does actual engineering work, is
Yeah.
very challenging.
Yeah, true.
You have to bring people offsite in, but I think with AI, makes professors, that's a tool for them to make it work. And with the other partnership that professor said, can really make it happen.
Yeah. Of course, we have more time to discuss about that. Yeah, thank you very much. So now I would like to ask a question to Dr. Napasri. Actually, she has already talked about that, but maybe she can share about her opinions for a couple of minutes more. Doctor, as a university dean working closely with teacher education programs, what reforms are most urgently needed to prepare educators for the demands of sustainable, learner-centered education systems, do you think?
Thank you very much, Dr. Melissa. I think
pleasure.
we have to ask ourselves a very important question first. This is critical. How do we move from teaching about sustainability to building professionals who practice sustainability? So this is the key point. But talking about partnerships and what kind of reform that we are making right now, earlier I mentioned CWE, Cooperative and Work Integrated Education, which is a policy by the Ministry of Higher Education. This is a very powerful one because it closes the gap, and it brings the students to become more ready, and it move learning from knowing to doing. This is very important. And
Yeah.
also,
Yeah, true.
it helps this kind of cooperation where we have the opportunities for students to enter the corporate worlds earlier. We develop professional identity early so they know what's it like to be there in the real world and whether this is right for them or this is not. And also, being in the corporate early, this helps strengthen soft skills, which theory alone cannot build. So I think this is very important timing that we have to come together and to create the right kind of education that will serve the future needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So, Ms. Devi Arum, you have talked about BIPA, right? Yeah, it's a language program, as far as I understand, for both educators, students, right? Yeah. So, in Indonesia's context, community-based and culturally responsive education practices play an important role, right? Great. So, how can these local strengths be scaled to support SDG 4 implementation at the national or regional level?
Okay, thank you, Melissa.
My pleasure.
Today's question invites us to reflect on how Indonesia's opportunity-based and culturally responsive education practice can be scaled, transforming local strengths into national and regional strategies to advance SDG 4, in line with the principle of inclusive education, emphasis by UNESCO. So, Melissa, in Indonesia, culturally responsive and opportunity-based education show us one clear lessons. Language is not supplementary. It is a foundational to SDG 4.
I thought
When
so.
learners understand the language and culture of instruction, participation increases, learning outcomes improves, and inclusion become real. This also strongly emphasized by UNESCO, as I told you before, through a program like BIPA. If you forgot, I will repeat it again. BIPA is Bahasa Indonesia bagi penutur asing, or Indonesian language education for foreign speaker. So Indonesia demonstrates how local strengths can be scaled. First, by embedding language and cultural education into national SDG. Second, by leveraging digital and blended learning to expand access and ensure consistent quality. And third, by strengthening regional partnership, especially across ASEAN, turning language program into long-term institutional collaboration. If we treat language education as a system pillar, not an add-on program, we don't just teach language, we build bridge between education system and accelerate SDG 4 implementation.
That's the aim for SDG 4 and everything about education, right?
Education, okay. So as I told you before, right now I'm working for two ministry, for the higher ministry and the secondary ministry of education. And right now I'm the Indonesian language ambassador from the, okay, from the Badan Bahasa Kemendikbudayaan. I will translate it, Agency Language Development and Cultivation from the Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education in Indonesia. And for the conclusion, SDG 4 will not achieve through access alone. It requires understanding, inclusion, and connection. As emphasized by UNESCO, language is central to inclusive education. Indonesia's experience shows that culturally responsive language education can strengthen system, empower learners, and build lasting regional partnership.
Thank you very
let
much.
us scale our local strength, invest in language as infrastructure, and turn education into a true bridge between nations. Terima
Yes,
kasih.
thank you very much.
Melissa.
Thanks a lot. Dr. Ongad, what policy level changes do you believe are essential? So you were here in Thailand and you worked here at the university, I think, during the pandemics, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's great, because my question is about that. So what policy level changes do you believe are essential for ensuring that education systems become more resilient and more adaptive in the face of future crises, such as pandemics or climate-related disruptions, or maybe AI disruptions, maybe robots riots? We don't know what happens in the future, right? So I have been wondering about your ideas, actually.
Thank you very much for a challenging question. If I may put it briefly, I would say that the key is flexibility. The flexibility of learning models, like we mentioned about blended learning or many ways of learning, right? So we need to equip teachers or our curriculum with flexible models of learning. And we need to create a pedagogical delivery framework to use in every situation. Yes, the first one, yes, we need to consider about this, about our learning models. And the next one, we need to prepare our teachers, like in the digital world like this. Like we cannot like follow AI because every week, every day, everything new, yes, occur. Yes, that's why we need to equip teacher with digital pedagogy as well. Even us, I need to learn with my students. I need to learn AI. I need to learn applications that I have never thought about this before. So we need to adapt this in our pedagogy. That's why if our teacher have a strong foundation of professional development, continuous training, so they can use digital in their own teaching. So and this can maintain the learner-centered approaches in the classroom and also learning quality that link to the real world. And lastly, I would like to mention about the governance and quality assurance. This can help the school and teacher to have the the school level autonomy. So even we have the disruptions of pandemics or something about technology, so the school and teachers still or can implement the quality of education for the student for better learning outcomes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite everyone for the Q&A session, but we will have only a couple of minutes. So that's the reason I will only have 2 questions from you. And please keep your questions concise so that we can hear more than one speakers over here. So, we have been waiting some questions from our audiences. Yes, please.
Hello all, this is Dr. Ajmal from India. My question is to Dr. Ongat. So Doctor, you did mention about the policy of introducing food in schools, giving a meal in the schools, especially in regions like Africa, Central Africa, and highly poverty-ridden areas and regions. So how do you see this as a global impact? Has this actually effectively taken a shape to make a change, to bring about this 272 million students who are actually not being getting access to quality education? So is this policy making a difference to this?
Only 2 minutes, Dr. Ongat.
Thank you for the question. Actually, our Ministry of Education put the effort on this point. We try to provide the learners to get them ready to school. Yes, we try to support. Like we also have lunch for them. We support like for young kids meal for them. So yeah, and in the meantime, we try to support the parents as well. About actually, like I mentioned in the last slide, about all stakeholders need to know the same goal and join hands to work together. School or teacher or Ministry of Education cannot do that alone. That's why, yeah, we need to talk about this and how to help solve the problems of the student. We would like them to be at school focusing on their study, not just show up and then wait for the time after school and go home to help their family working. So this does not create the meaningful education. Yes, I'm not sure that I answered your question. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, maybe we can keep going, discussing this during the lunch break. That would be much better for us. Because if you stay here, we will talk about everything until next morning, which is not a problem for me. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
This is
sorry, who is speaking?
yes. This is me.
Oh, hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Yes.
No,
Good
I'm-
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
I'm Lakshmi Annapurna. I'm coming from India. I'm an educator. Now I have a question, and anybody in the panel can take it.
Yes.
It's more of an overarching question, I would say. And if you look at the education scenario in any country, whether from the 20th century to the 21st century, you know, it's a huge change, a huge leap, I would say. And the 21st century, we are looking at more like a VUCA era. Our panelists also spoke about the uncertainties and how to address them. So in each of your view, I would ask you what should be the true purpose of education in the 21st century beyond careers and livelihood? And in that scenario, what should education touch in a child so that success does not come at the cost of inner happiness? And practically, international benchmarks are set, whether it is by the UN or the OECD countries. So how are the national priorities being balanced in each of your countries? This morning we heard the Australian ambassador also speak about the challenges in
Yes.
his country.
Okay, let's finish the question right now. Thank you so much. Yes. Are there any speakers who would like to ask the questions? I think, first of all, we need to keep our students' brain active. I'm always trying to do this in my classes. My students are also over here, and they know my strategies, my tactics. Maybe they could be just a little bit traditional for them, but unfortunately, especially when we meet for the first time, they were just a little bit afraid of me, but right now we finally know each other much better. And I reminded them to use their pen and pencils again, because I always told them they can learn by writing, you know, and in the most traditional way, they can learn much better. I always told them, of course, they're also going to use ChatGPT. This is inevitable right now. Everybody is using it. Even if a teacher says in the class, no one is using it, we are sure that after the class, they're using it, right? Yeah, so let's be honest about that. But ChatGPT or any AI assistants, LLMs, They are just assistants. They are not God. I think here is the problem. Human being, they're always looking for themselves to serve, or to be servant. The thing is, we shouldn't forget that they're only assistants. This is my opinion about that, if I want to be really concise. So, yes, please, Dr.
Yes.
Napasri.
Yes, may I add just very quickly? I think the ultimate purpose of education can be concluded with 3 points. Not only for learning alone or for knowledge, but I think number one is to cultivate discernment. People, young children or younger generation should be able to discern, and also to build resilience, which is going to be very, very important skill to exist and to survive in the future. And lastly, to nurture them the moral compass. They have to be able to imagine the world which is just. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, there, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the thoughtful questions. I know everybody has got a lot of questions, but my favorite part is coming, lunch part. So we can eat, we can drink some coffee, tea, and we can talk about them more during the coffee break and lunch break. And my sincere gratitude to our distinguished panelists, first of all, for their meaningful contributions. And today's discussion has highlighted that transforming education is not simply an institutional task. It is a global responsibility. We are all from different countries in here, and we have met in here to talk about that. It is our global responsibility, and I hope the insights shared here today will continue to inspire collaborations across sectors and countries. And thank you for everyone joining us today. I wish you will have a productive 2 days ahead of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, moderator Melissa, for that amazing panel of discussions that just happened. I now request Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, Founder Chairman, Sustainable Development Goal Council, to please felicitate the panel members. I request the panel members to please.
Yes, all the panel members, please, let's go over there.
Please join me in appreciating our distinguished panelists and moderator for their valuable contribution here. I request all panel members and the moderator to please join them for a group photograph. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick question. How many of you remember the Fortune 100 Institutional Index book that was just launched this morning? A quick raise of hands, please. All right, thank you. So now we are going to recognize them by certifying these 5 institutions out of those 100 people who have mentioned in the books. First up, for that, let me first For that, I welcome Honorable Minister of Education and Skills Development, Kingdom of Bhutan. Honorable Minister Izangi Tapa. His Excellency, Mr. Michael D. Paris. May I request the awardees to kindly come forward as their names are being announced to receive the Fortune 100 institutional certificates. Dr. Narendran S., Joint Managing Trustee, Sri Ramakrishna Engineering College. A big round of applause, please. These certifications are provided to the institutions, 200 institutions. Right now we are doing 5 who have gone beyond their capabilities to, achieve sustainable development goals. Next up, we have Mrs. Anushya Reddy Mari, Secretary, Mari Lakshman Reddy Institute of Technology and Management. A big round of applause, please. Next up, we have Dr. David, Principal, Sri Ramakrishna Institute of Technology. Yes, Dr. David. Dr. Subramanya K.N., Principal, RV College of Engineering. Next up, we have Dr. Gauri Dutt Sharma, Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. I request all awardees to please come onto the stage for a group photograph. Along with other dignitary members, ministers and ambassadors present here, please come onto the stage for a group photograph before we break for lunch. Congratulations to all the honored institutions for your outstanding contribution towards sustainability and responsible leadership in education. Thank you so much. May I request all dignitaries, speakers present here today to kindly assemble on stage for a group photograph. I request everyone to please come onto the stage, please. It's a group photograph. You guys don't want to take a photo? Hi. Can you guys see me? If you can see me, please raise your hands. Yeah? Perfect. So please come onto the stage. We want to take a quick photograph.
Yeah.
Yes, please. It's your chance. Come on. I saw a lot of you taking pictures here individually during snack breaks. Now I think it's a group photograph session. Yes. Please. A few of you can please stand in the podium there on top. Yes. I request all the students to please come and stand on the podium behind here. Thank you. Yes. People with tall jeans, very blessed people, please do stand here behind so the others can also be visible. Excuse me. Yes, hurry up. Yeah, you have to find a space. Yes, find a spot. You're going to stand behind me?
Yes.
There is space here. A quick roll call. How many of you are excited? Yeah? Are you guys excited? If you're excited, please raise your hands. Yeah? Are you enjoying? Yes. The cheese is not ready yet. Can you say cheese? Yes. Did he? Hmm. That's a memory to remember. So, yeah. Can everyone give a thumbs up? Yeah? Thumbs up. Perfect. Thank you for your active participation, everyone. We will break for lunch now and reconvene at 2 p.m. to continue the program. Thank you. Have a pleasant lunch. Had a refreshing lunch. We now move into an important segment of the afternoon, the high-level keynote session, which will offer more strategic and reflective perspectives aligned with the goals of this conference. Now, I request you all to please put your hands together in welcoming Mr. John Arnold Siena, Deputy Director for Program and Development at the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization Secretariat, to deliver his high-level keynote address.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, officials of the Sustainable Development Council, led by Dr. Dachana Murthy Ramu, partners from UNESCO, policymakers, officials from the ministries of education, educators, and I'm very happy to see youth representatives adequately represented this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And to our international guests, welcome to Bangkok. Sawadee krap. It is a profound honor for me to join you today on behalf of the CMEO Secretariat and our Director, Datuk Dr. Habiba Abdul Rahim, at the United Nations Conference Center, Bangkok. As mentioned by our MC, CMEO stands for Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, a regional intergovernmental organization composed of 11 member countries in Southeast Asia, with 26 centers and network across the 10 member countries. This year is especially meaningful for CMEO as we celebrate 60 years of regional cooperation and collective action in advancing education, science, and culture across Southeast Asia. 6 decades of partnership, regional leadership, and enduring commitment to building more inclusive and resilient education systems for a more sustainable future. We are gathered here for the Global Conference on Education for a Sustainable Future, united by a theme that is ambitious as it is urgent: transforming education to transform the world. We meet at a definitive moment in history. Our education systems are no longer operating in a vacuum. They are being buffeted by converging storms, some literal, some economic, and some technological. We are navigating climate change, rapid digital disruption, demographic shifts, and lingering geopolitical tensions. Indeed, we call this period an era of polycrisis. Today, I do not wish to simply list these challenges. I want to speak to you about the evidence, the hard data that defines our region's struggle, and the research that points toward potential solutions. I will draw upon the full breadth of CMEO's recent work, our findings on the climate emergency, the silent crisis of food security, the invisible millions of out-of-school children and youth, the new results from the Southeast Asian Primary Learning Metrics 2024, and the promise and peril of technology. Let us begin with the most existential threat we face, the changing climate. For decades, we treated climate change as a science subject, a topic, something to be studied in a textbook. Today, we know it as a real threat to the very existence of our schools. The recent UNICEF report, appropriately titled Under Pressure, highlights that the East Asia and Pacific region is on the front lines of this battle. We need only to look at recent history to understand the scale of the disruption. The CPLM 2024 main regional report explicitly highlights the devastation caused by Super Typhoon Yagi. This single event resulted in significant learning loss, affecting an estimated 1.3 million children across the region whose education was disrupted. When a typhoon strikes, it does not just damage a roof, It shatters a child's sense of safety. It interrupts the continuity of learning that is so vital for cognitive development. We are seeing numerous climate-related events that force school closures and disrupt the academic calendar with increasing frequency. For example, in the Philippines, we have been experiencing series of heat waves that forced local governments to close schools for a number of days. However, our region is responding. We are seeing a critical shift from reactive measures to proactive planning. In Cambodia, for instance, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport is increasingly integrating climate change and education in emergencies into school development plans. Their local life skills curriculum now encourages project-based learning focused on environmental resilience. Across the region, ministries are beginning to prioritize climate-resilient infrastructure. Evidence from the UNESCO Global Education Monitoring Report on Technology and Education highlights how digital tools can support climate education, environmental monitoring, and efficient school operations, while underscoring that sustainability and ethics must be embedded by design. Simio's long-standing work with MEX Japan on Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD, including green and climate-resilient schools, demonstrates how digital and AI-enabled tools can strengthen climate literacy, disaster preparedness, and resource-efficient school management. The 2025 Simio Japan ESD Award offers a tangible illustration of this shared commitment, with participation from 1,775 submissions from the past 13 years across 11 Southeast Asian countries, and with expanded inclusion of schools of all sizes. The award highlights how local innovation, supported by regional cooperation, can translate sustainability principles into meaningful practice. Japan's global leadership in ESD, including through the UNESCO Associated Schools Network and whole school approaches, further illustrates how digital transformation can strengthen education for sustainable development. We cannot ensure quality education if we cannot guarantee a safe physical environment. Climate resilience is no longer an option, it is a prerequisite for access. Closely linked to our environment is the issue of food security and nutrition. This is often the silent crisis in education, yet it is foundational to everything we hope to achieve. We know that a hungry child cannot learn. Malnutrition and stunting do not just affect a child's height. They stunt cognitive development, memory, and attention span. If a child arrives at grade 1 malnourished, they are already starting the race several paces behind. The issue of food waste has escalated into a global crisis. It is no longer a marginal concern. It is a complex challenge with urgent implications for our environment, economy, health, and moral responsibility. According to a 2023 report by McKinsey & Company, nearly 17% of all food available in Southeast Asia is lost or wasted. The situation is especially stark in countries like Indonesia, where 20% of harvested crops are lost annually, and in the Philippines, where food loss can reach up to 50%. Yet, despite this massive waste, tens of millions across Southeast Asia remain undernourished. The United Nations State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World 2021 report estimates that 48.8 million people in Southeast Asia suffer from undernutrition. This stark contradiction, that is, abundance is wasted while hunger persists, is not only alarming, but unacceptable. Schools occupy a uniquely strategic position in addressing this crisis. As institutions that shape young minds and values, schools are critical in embedding sustainable habits and raising awareness from an early age. They are not only sites of learning, but also operational ecosystems that consume, manage, and in many cases, waste food. While many children in our schools face issues of food insecurity and undernutrition, schools themselves continue to generate significant amounts of food waste. This disconnect underscores a profound need for systems-level change. educational institutions must not only teach the importance of sustainability, but they must model it. We are seeing bold policy responses to this challenge. In the Philippines, for instance, the government has institutionalized the National Feeding Program. This law mandates the provision of meals and health services to undernourished children in early learning and primary schools. The objective is clear: to improve attendance and enhance learning outcomes. This teaches us a vital lesson. Education policy must also be a health policy. We cannot simply be ministries of instruction. We must be ministries of student welfare. If we wish to improve PISA or CPLM scores, we must first ensure that every child has a nutritious meal to fuel their mind. Beyond climate and health, we face the persistent challenge of access. Despite our region's economic growth, millions of children remain invisible to the system. Our latest rapid scoping study on out-of-school children and youth, launched in 2024, reveals that while we have made strides in primary enrollment, the gap widened sharply at the secondary level. The rapid scoping study estimated that there are approximately 11.8 million out-of-school children and youth in Southeast Asia, a significant increase from UNESCO's previous estimate of 7 million in 2017. This increase reflects the profound disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, which exacerbated pre-existing inequities and disrupted schooling systems across the region. And so who are these children? They are the poor, the remote, the left behind, the overage. We need flexible learning pathways, a second chance program that recognize that the traditional path is not available to everyone. For the children who are in school, sheltered from the rain and fed, we must ask, are they learning? The results from our latest regional assessment, the CPLM 2024, which we have just completed across 6 countries, offer a sobering answer. While we see pockets of resilience, the foundational learning gap remains significant. Nearly half of grade 5 students in the region still do not meet the minimum proficiency level in reading. Even more concerning, 1 in 10 students struggles with even the most basic skills. In mathematics, the picture is mixed. We have seen positive shifts in Cambodia and Myanmar, where significantly more students are achieving higher levels of proficiency compared to 2019. However, in Malaysia and Vietnam, we have observed a decline in the proportion of students reaching the highest proficiency bands. Perhaps most alarmingly, inequality is growing. In countries like Laos, PDR, and the Philippines, while average performance has ticked upward, the proportion of children in the lowest proficiency bands has remained the same. This indicates that while the top may be rising, the bottom is anchored fast. There is a growing call to transform education systems to meet today's complex challenges. While this transformation may seem daunting, we must begin with the single most powerful lever for change: teachers. Our newly released regional report on the Empowering Teachers Initiative, or ETI, offers a comprehensive analysis of teacher professional development, or TPD, systems across Southeast Asia. And the findings are clear. Many current systems remain inequitable, inefficient, and disconnected from classroom realities. Too often, TPD, or teacher professional development, is delivered through one-size-fits-all training that fails to respond to teachers' diverse contexts. What teachers need is situated, practice-based, and continuous learning opportunities that directly strengthen classroom practice. Encouragingly, innovation is emerging at scale. In the Philippines, for example, they have the Learning Action Cell, which institutionalizes school-based mentoring and collaborative professional learning. In Indonesia, we have program Guru Penggerak, which leverages blended learning models to reach teachers across the, I think, more than 17,000 islands in that vast archipelago. These initiatives demonstrate that scalable, context-responsive teacher development is possible. Moving forward, we must shift from simply training teachers to truly empowering them, using data to diagnose their professional learning needs, reducing systemic barriers, and embedding cultures of coaching, mentoring, communities of practice, and leadership. And I think more importantly, allowing them to lead those professional development opportunities that they provide for themselves. Empowering teachers is not optional. It is foundational to ensuring equitable, high-quality learning for every child in every classroom. And finally, I must address the tool that is on everyone's mind, technology and artificial intelligence. And I think AI has been mentioned and alluded to by most of the speakers this morning. The potential of AI to address equity and quality is undeniable. It can help us diagnose learning gaps and bridge the geographical distances that isolate 68% of our rural communities. However, we must proceed with extreme caution. The UNESCO 2023 Global Education Monitoring Report and our own CPLM findings provide crucial caveats. If we layer AI on top of an unequal system, we will not fix inequality. We will automate it. AI lives in the cloud, but nearly half our rural schools are stuck on the ground. In Southeast Asia, 85% of urban schools have internet access compared to only 56% of rural schools. If we push AI solutions now, we are effectively designing a future that excludes the rural poor. We also have students where the wealthiest households are 8 times more likely to have internet access at home than the poorest. Most importantly, technology is only as good as the teacher wielding it. Yet nearly 40% of teachers in Southeast Asia report insufficient training in digital technologies. In Cambodia and Lao PDR, for example, approximately 90% of teachers reported never or hardly ever use ICT to teach mathematics. We must ensure that technology serves education, not the other way around. At CIMEO, we have developed our theory of change for AI use among our regional centers, and I mentioned 26 of them, to guide and ensure that the use of AI in our programs and activities are not just strategic, but also responsible and ethical. Our Regional Center for Educational Innovation and Technology, or CIMEO Innotech, is developing a regional policy framework for Southeast Asia, while other centers are embarking on training our teachers and school leaders on transforming their pedagogical practices with the use of AI. Ladies and gentlemen, the CIMEO Strategic Plan 2021 to 2030 envisions a better quality of life for every Southeast Asian citizen through enhanced regional understanding and cooperation in education, science, and culture. This resonates with the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 for the region, where every individual can realize their full potential. To achieve this, we must be bold. We must build schools that can withstand typhoons. We must feed children so they can feed their minds. We must find the out-of-school children and youth and bring them back to the system and make them visible. And we must teach our children to read and do math, for these are and will remain the currencies of the future, along with socio-emotional learning and other transversal skills that they need. We cannot transform the world if we leave half of it behind. A system that benefits only the lucky, the wealthy, or the urban is not an education system. It is a privilege system. If we truly wish to transform the world, we must ensure that the light of education shines equally in the remote mountains of Lao PDR, the bustling cities of Malaysia and Bangkok, and the coastal villages of Indonesia. We must measure our success not by our highest achievers, but by how well we serve our most vulnerable. And as the great educational philosopher John Dewey famously reminded us, what the best and the wisest parents wants for his own child, that must the community want for all of its children. Any other ideal for our schools is narrow and unlovely. Acted upon, it destroys our democracy. Let us be that community. Let us want the best, safe, inclusive, and high-quality education for all our children, for a sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those valuable insights. Now I request Dr. Aditya Panya, Director of Education Innovation Development Bureau, OBEC, to kindly address the gathering. And a humble request to all the speakers, since we are running short of time, kindly do the needful. Thank you.
Sawadika, Your Excellency, the Chairperson, distinguished representative of the international organization, scholar and other guests, ladies and gentlemen. Due to unexpected absence, Dr. Pichet Popakdi, the Secretary General of the Basic Education Commission, unable to be present today and asked me, Aditya Panya, the Director of the Educational Innovation Development Bureau Office of Basic Education Commission, to deliver this address on his behalf. So sorry for the sudden six because I'm so excited today, but I will try my best. It is a great honor to privilege to participate in the Global Conference on Education for the Sustainable Future. I'm honored to deliver this keynote address to share the perspectives and articulate for our stand on education both national and regional levels, with the hope of the inspiring meaningful dialogue for ancient ideas, inclusive, equitable, and high-quality education as a foundation for sustainable development. When speaking of innovation, digital learning, and inclusive education in today's world, I would describe them as a driving forces shaping the future of humanity. They are not merely tools for the transmission of knowledge. Rather, they constitute the essential foundation for the human development, social progress, and education system that are capable for adapting, moving forward sustainably amid the profound transmutation of the digital era. At this juncture, I'm confident that today's conference is strongly aligned with the Sustainable Development Goal, particularly the Goal number 4, SDG 4, with call ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. The reason I describe innovation and technologies as the driving force of humanity's future is that we as educators, scholars, and policymakers are all keenly aware that the world is confronting modification and challenging in education. This includes persistent educational inequality and digital divide, disparity in access learning resources, and varying levels of readiness to use technology effectively. In the same time, we are confronted with rapid technology change and profound shift in the future labor market, which demand new skill sets fundamentally different from those of the past, ranging from digital competencies and critical thinking to creativity, the capacity of lifelong learning. In this context, education systems around the world must adapt by harnessing digital technologies, artificial intelligence or AI, and innovative learning models to transform learning in meaningful ways. Yet a critical question remains that we must collectively address how can we ensure that the students and the young people have equitable success, educational opportunities, and are able to truly benefit from these technologies or not. Within this context, sustainable development, the fourth goal, SDG 4, is not merely about ensuring that everyone has access in education. It is about ensuring that everyone learns in ways are meaningful, of high quality, and that equip them to the face of future of confidence. Allow me to bring our discussion back to Thailand. The challenges facing the global community today are very much the same challenges confronting our country, namely educational inequality, the digital devices, and disparity in learners' access in educational opportunities. However, I would like to emphasize that Thailand's context has its own linguistic characteristics. Our country is made by rich diversity and geography, culture, and way of life. We have a large number of small schools and learners from the wide range of backgrounds, which makes provision of education in each locality dependent upon the deep understanding of its unique context. In responding to these challenges, our first priority has been to undertake the systematic analysis of the issue and the national context. At the foundation of shaping an educational vision and direction oriented towards sustainable development, the vision is articulated in Thailand National Education Plan from 2017 till 2036, which states that all Thai people shall have access to the quality education and lifelong learning, enjoy the good quality of life, and live in harmony with the psychologies of sustainable economy and change in the 21st century. This vision emphasizes the promotion of equity, the reduction of the disparity and development of human potential across the stage of life, and the enhancement of the educational quality to meet international standards. Accordingly, Thailand strongly emphasized on comprehensive educational reform to the response for the change of 21st century, guided by National Strategic Framework on Development Plan, the convert towards the common goal and advancing towards the inclusive digital technology society and leave no one behind. The OBEC, or the OBEC, as Thailand's principal authority of basic education, has played an active role in translating this vision into the concrete action by advancing learner-centered education system, promoting lifelong learning, and equipping all learners with the skill needs for the future. In Thailand, we have translated policy into practice across the multiple areas, including the following. In the area of learning innovation, the OBEC has continuously promoted new pedagogical approaches, including project-based learning, the integration of STEM education and coding, the use of immersive technologies such as virtual reality or VR and augmented reality or AR, as well as the cultivation of creativity, youth, entrepreneurship. Importantly, these innovations are not confined to urban settings alone. They have emerged taking loads of the classroom across the regions of the country for teachers serving the key agent of change. The strongly emphasize of the empowering Thai teacher as teaching designers, capable, creating and implementing innovation that responsive to unique context and needs of the learner of his local city. In the area of digital learning, the OBEC has developed system and learning platform to support blended learning, integrated both online and on-site mobility. Example includes the following. The key example is the National Digital Learning Platform, or the NDLP. This platform has been designed for the comprehensive digital learning ecosystem that integrates curriculum-aligned learning content based on Thailand National Core Curriculum into the single system. It enables learners and teachers to access educational resources anytime and anywhere without limitation of time and location, embodying the principle of anywhere, anytime learning. We have established the OBEC, or the OBEC Content Center, the National Electronic Learning responsibly designed serve the centralized source of digital educational content. This platform enables teachers, learners, educators, and education personnel to conveniently access, utilize, and benefit from the comprehensive, up-to-date learning resource. In parallel, OBEC has promoted them to the implementation of the smart classroom. The collaboration with local partners, establishing learning environment that intelligently integrate technology to create modern and engaging learning experiences. This initiative also supports administrative collaboration, pilot learning activity, and integration of technology into the teaching and learning, thereby enhancing educational quality and preparing learning for the future. The OBEC views the technology as a tool of opportunity, not a source of inequality. Education must therefore leave no one behind. The genius quality education can only be achieved when access is equitable for all. Thailand places a strong emphasis on education for every student. Whether they live in the remote area, they come from disadvantaged background, or the border regions, or belong to deserved cultural and religious communities. This is one of the key reasons with the OBEC has expanded internet connectivity to schools nationwide and provide digital learning devices to school and remote areas, ensuring that all the children can access the internet. And while the world on equal footing for their peers urban area regardless of the geography, socio-economic status, and fully developed potential in the digital age. We also actively promote professional learning community, or the PLCs, which bring teacher and education personnel together to learn, develop, and collaboratively address challenge on an ongoing basis. This approach goes beyond one-off training session, fostering continuous continue professional learning that improve teaching quality and support better learners' outcome. At the same time, The high data priority of the basic remains the holistic development of the children and the learners for technology meaningful only one generously enhanced learner potential. OBEC commit the neutral learner for lifelong learning equals the essential 21st century competencies, including knowledge, skill, and desirable attitudes. Through the integration of the digital technology in teaching and learning, this effort promotes critical thinking, problem solving, creative collaboration, and effective communication. In the digital era, digital technology and artificial intelligence are being developed to respond individual learner differences by enable flexible, personalizing learning and approach allow each child which learn according to their own potential. In addition, the OBOC places strong emphasis on developing learning for the future-oriented skill alongside academic knowledge. This includes self and ethical digital citizenship, understanding artificial intelligence, and their responsible use of technology, career skill for the modern world, as well as the cultivation of moral attitude and social responsibility. The most important for the OBEC priority for the holistic well-being of learners, physically, mentally, and socially, by leveraging technology and educational data system to support learners' care, monitor learning progress, and prevent dropout. The effort ensured every child received appropriate support and that no child left behind. However, the OBEC cannot advance education alone. Addressing the challenge of the modern world required collective effort and strong partnership across the sector in order to achieve truly sustainable change. For this reason, building a sustainable education system, we place great importance collaboration with the private sector, university, and international organizations and civil society to jointly expand educational opportunity for all. We are delighted to engage the exchange of knowledge, experiences, and good practice, while also learning from countries around the world in order to collaborative and creative advance in development in education system. On behalf of Thailand Education, to confirm our strong commitment to advancing sustainable development, the fourth goal on education, we stand ready to work in partnership with our countries to advance education for a better future. We firmly believe that through strong and meaningful collaboration with all of you, we can build education system and enable daily learners to reach their full potential and become responsible global citizens. Finally, I would like to express my sincere appreciation for all to you for the kind attention. I wish this conference successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Khoonthanat Wottan, Assistant Digital Assets Analyst Manager at BitCub Academy. Please, a round of applause for him.
Dear His and Hers Excellencies, distinguished grace, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin with a simple question. What truly determines the futures of a nation? Is it the economics today or the skills of its people tomorrow? In this session, I will spend the next 10 minutes sharing my vision for transforming one of the most important foundations of any society, the word's education. This was also known as the 10-year journey, which defines the entire life of a single person, and also known as the system that shapes a nation workforce, productivity, and also the long-term economic futures. I am honored for the opportunity to share this vision here at the United Nations Conference Center, Bangkok. First of all, Thailand has a big economy, larger than most people think, with a total GDP of approximately around 560 billion US dollar, ranking at the 30 largest among the world's leading economies. This number is close in size to Singapore, and larger than several well-known economies, including Hong Kong, Denmark, and even Norway. However, the more important question is not only the size of the economies of Thailand, but the value created per person. When we look at our GDP per capita, which is the average GDP produced by a single person, the ranking is significantly lower, at the 90th of the world. Matched with the information from the Social Securities reported last year, Thailand has a total of 12.5 million salary workers registered as the insured person under Section 33, also known as ผู้ประกันสังคมตามมาตรา 33. Over 84%, equal to roughly 10 million people of salary workers in Thailand, has a salary less than 25,000 baht. And there is only 2.5% of all salary workers in Thailand that have a salary higher than 80,000 baht, which is roughly the minimum salary in the United States of America or Norway. This gap highlights several keys of challenge in Thailand education system and the global education system. The problem is not about the size, but it is the limitation in labor producing a high value productivity, and also the ability of a Thai workforce to compete in the most advanced segment of the global economy. Now, let's step back and look at the broader picture, the global economic trend. In the recent years, the world has entered the new era, often described as the era of the digital literacy. We have seen major wave of innovations from the rise of the blockchain technology in 2020 to the artificial intelligence in 2024. One of the most trusted sources to figure out the major trends in this world is the World Economic Forum's Future of Job report of 2025, which provides us a clear assessment of how work is being reshaped globally. Here are the key points of the report. First of all, the current formal job number around the world is around 1.2 billion jobs. But in the next 5 years, the World Economic Forum reported that 170 million jobs, which is equal to the 14% of all jobs around the world, are projected to be created. A lovely 92 million jobs around the world, which is 8% of all jobs in the world, are going to be replaced. That means the net of 22% of the entire labor market in this world is going to be disrupted. This number means something very simple. The world is not only creating jobs, the world is also removing jobs. And the world is redesigning what skills are valuable. So the future of us is not stable. The future is quite dynamic and demanding from us. The second point, World Economic Forum reported that the technology-related roles are fastest growing, including the big data specialists, the fintech engineers, AI and machine learning specialists, and also the software and application developers. These terms may seem too technical or engineering now, but also 86% of all the employers say that AI and information processing will be the transformative of their business by the 2030. It means that AI will not be limited to the technology sectors, but the AI is going to affect the finance, the healthcare, education, manufacturing, government, mass media, engineering, or even the agriculture, which is the main of the Thailand's GDP. In other words, AI is becoming a general purpose technology, not a deep technology anymore. So here is the next question. If AI become universals, should AI literacy and digital literacy remain a specialist skills, or become a basic skills of all? So the next question, is Thailand and global education system and economic structures ready for these skills of transformation? Let's take one step deeper in Thailand labors and economics. A trusted international report from the International Institute of the Management Development, IMD, in 2020, which is 4 and 5 years ago, found that Thailand has only 0.58 million digital skills expert, which is only about 1% of the entire population in Thailand. By contrast, many countries in Southeast Asia, Singapore has 8% of the level 4 skills, which mean the digital skills expert. Hong Kong, South Korea, and Malaysia at approximately 3%, 3 times higher than Thailand. When we're combining the level 1 to the 4 of the digital skills, which mean from the basic to expert of the digital skills, Thailand only reached around 28% of the workforce with the digital capacity. And this number is much lower than Hong Kong and South Korea at roughly 80%. Singapore at 74%, and Malaysia at 71%. And from the latest report of the IMD, the same institute, right now, at 2025, we, Thailand, are at the 10th position from the 14 reported countries in Asia Pacific. These numbers and evidence from the global labor trends remind us one truth. The future will reward those who can learn, adapt, and create value in new ways. As I have mentioned, 22% of works is going to be disrupted in the next 5 years by 2030. So we have 5 years left. This is the best time for Thailand to focus on empowering the people with the global training skills, ensuring the transformation, this big transformation, becomes an opportunity, not a disruption. As the representative of the BidCup Labs, we, BidCup Labs, having the vision to create an open education platform for the new world, for the new skills. Digital literacy, AI literacy, financial literacy, and even health literacy. In summary, improving the education in Thailand or global is no longer about the quantity, expanding access to education, or it is not only about the quality, lifting the standard of the education, but it is about redefining the new mission of the education, the alignment of the education and the trends of the world economies. The education in the skills of the world that is evolving faster than any time in our modern history. Thank you. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you. We now move to our next speaker. It's a pleasure to welcome Ms. Nidhi Agarwal, an Indian actress who has been actively associated with youth-focused initiatives and social awareness efforts. A big round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you help me with this? Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, educators, policymakers, youth leaders, and friends. It is truly an honor to be a part of the Global Conference on Education for a Sustainable Future. I thank the organizers for bringing together voices from across sectors who believe, as I do, that education is not just a system, it is a promise to future generations. I stand before you not as an education expert, but as a citizen, as a leader, and someone who has seen how education can quietly transform lives. Education is the most powerful and peaceful force we possess to shape societies, strengthen democracies, and protect our planet. When we speak of a sustainable future, we're not speaking only about climate action or economic resilience. We're speaking about human dignity, equity, and opportunity. And at the heart of all of this lies education. Education determines who gets heard and who gets included and who gets left behind. In many parts of the world, access to education still depends on where a child is born, their gender, their economic background, or their access to technology. This is not merely an educational challenge, it is a moral one. A sustainable future cannot be built on unequal foundations. We must therefore reimagine education not as a privilege, but as a global public good. A future-ready education system must do three things. First, it must be inclusive. Education must reach every child, girls and boys, rural and urban, able and differently abled, without discrimination. Inclusion is not charity, it is justice. And when education is inclusive, societies become stronger, more peaceful, and more resilient. Second, it must be relevant. The world our children are entering is changing faster than ever before. Education must go beyond textbooks and examinations. It must nurture critical thinking, empathy, digital literacy, and environmental responsibility. We must teach young people not only how to make a living, but how to live responsibly, with respect for people and the planet. And third, it must be values driven. Sustainable development is not possible without integrity, compassion, equality, and respect for diversity. Education should inspire young people to ask not only, what can I achieve, but also, what can I contribute? As someone working in the creative field, I have witnessed the power of stories to influence minds and shape societies. Education, too, is a powerful story, one that shapes how young people see themselves and the world around them. When education empowers youth with purpose, they become change makers, innovators, and guardians of sustainability. Young people today are not waiting for permission to lead. They are advocating for climate justice, social inclusion, and ethical governance. Our responsibility is to ensure that education equips them with the knowledge, skills, and confidence to lead responsibly. Equally important is the role of educators. Teachers are the quiet architects of the future. Investing in teachers through training, dignity, and institutional support is one of the most impactful investments any society can ever make. Achieving sustainable future through education is not the task of governments alone. It requires partnerships between public and private sectors, academia and civil society, global institutions, and local communities. When we collaborate, education becomes a bridge connecting innovation with tradition, policy with practice, and a vision with action. So, as we reflect during this conference, I invite all of us to ask one simple yet powerful question: what kind of future are we educating for? If the answer is a future that is just peaceful and sustainable, then our education systems must reflect those values today. Before I conclude, I would like to share some deeply personal and profoundly meaningful to me. For some time, I have been quietly nurturing a vision rooted in compassion, responsibility, and justice. Today is this prestigious United Nations platform. I'm honored to formally announce and launch of the Global Niti Foundation. Niti means justice. The Global Niti Foundation is a non-profit organization committed to advancing justice, sustainability, and equal opportunity across communities worldwide. Through education, environmental action, youth leadership, women's empowerment, and animal welfare initiatives, the foundation works to build a fair, inclusive, and sustainable future for all. Our foundation is built on a simple but powerful belief that justice must not remain an ideal, it must become action. The Global Niti Foundation is anchored in 4 core pillars: social justice, which ensures dignity, inclusion, and equal opportunity for all; climate justice, protecting our planet while safeguarding vulnerable communities; women's justice and empowerment, advancing equality, leadership, and opportunity for women and girls; legal and educational justice, expanding access to knowledge, awareness, and rights based on education. These are not separate missions. They are interconnected responsibilities in building sustainable and equitable world. Through this foundation, we are committed to developing structured, transparent, and measurable initiatives that empower communities, engage youth leaders, and mobilize global citizens to act with purpose and accountability. I invite supporters, partners, well-wishers, and change-makers across the world to join this journey. This is not a personal initiative, it is a collective movement. Together, we can transform awareness into action, compassion into commitment, and justice into measurable impact. A sustainable future is not inherited. It is built through action, education, it is strengthened through justice, and it is secured when we act together. Thank you.
Thank you so much and good luck for the organization. Yes, distinguished dignitaries, thank you for your attention. And now we move to the technical session 2, which will address inclusive and equitable education, advancing the principle of leaving no one behind. with discussions around gender equality and disability inclusion, community-based and learner-centric education models, access to marginalized and vulnerable populations, and data-driven monitoring for equity in education. It's my honor to invite the moderator of this session, Dr. Ajmal Dastagir, representing the Sustainable Development Council. A big round of applause, please. I request him to introduce his panelist, his title, and also moderate the session. Thank you.
Elam Pugalum Irevanike. All praise to the Almighty God. Respected Minister for Education, Kingdom of Bhutan, dignitaries, excellencies, policymakers, officials of the United Nations, Assalamu alaikum, vanakkam, and suswagatam. I represent the world's largest democracy, India, with a whopping 1.4 billion population. Not only the biggest democracy, but also the biggest education system in the world, with over 250 million students just going to schools. According to the UNESCO Institute of Statistics, the number of children missing out on any kind of formal education is over 272 million, which is a whopping number and a cause of major concern to the world today. The UIS is doing a research and publishing out a paper to identify the countries that have a problem larger to address today. And the problem is larger, and the effective means of creating a solution to this is something that this UIS is creating and will be published as an SDG 4 norm in the Education 2030 coming up in a few years from now. Causes of this crisis, majorly poverty, conflict and instability, gender discrimination, economic barriers, societal inequality, health and well-being, and the need for increased funding towards education. Equitable and inclusive education is an order of the day and an issue that needs to be addressed at this August gathering. To discuss this today, we have 4 distinguished speakers. With the permission of the floor, I would like to first of all invite Ms. Pon Patima Wataswatana, Director of the International Relations Group, Children and Youth Council of Thailand. Second up, Mr. Mansoor Ali Khan Abdul Buhari, Founder and CEO, eDaddy Holdings, United Arab Emirates. Mrs. Cassie Annie Cruz, Chairperson and Co-founder, Commun India, Inc. And lastly, Dr. Karios Patrawata, Managing Director of the Equitable Education Fund, Thailand. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure having you over today to discuss the agenda. I would first up invite Ms. Poti Patima to give her address.
Test. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pon Patima Watana. My nickname is Esther. You can call me Esther. I am from the Children and Youth Council of Thailand, working on the International Relations Group. And I am also the ECOSOC Youth Forum Delegates, Thailand Delegates 2025. So it's my pleasure to be here today. I will start with my presentation, Youth Plan for the Youth World. Our organization, the Children and Youth Council of Thailand, is the organization of the Center for Children and Youth in Thailand. We have our mission to empowering, encouraging our young people in Thailand, aims to create a safe and supportive environment for young people, enabling them to learn, grow, and realize their full potential. As you can see, our activities for our organization has developed by the National Youth Development Promotion Act 2007 and its amendment number 2, 2017. Our activity to empowering our youth voice in nationwide. Our organization has comprised 8,778 councils in Thailand across our nations. We works for our SDGs. We work for our SDGs in every number in the SDGs program. With our alignment with SDGs, our initiatives align with national policies and the Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring that youth perspectives are integrated into broader developmental frameworks for a better future. But today, I will present to you the National Youth Assembly Survey 2026. For the education issues, we have our survey for 30,000 students in Thailand. We have our survey thematic area 1, aligning education with 21st century's demand. First, they said that the problem is learning models that are inflexible and not future-oriented in Thailand now today. Second, the inequality in inclusive education provision for persons with disabilities. And third, the inequality issues in inclusive education for persons who disabilities such as blind or they cannot walk in the school. If they cannot walk into school, they cannot go into school, they cannot play with their friends. It is the problem now in Thailand. Particularly, blind and visually impaired learners, limited access to accessible learning materials and assistive technologies, insufficient teacher capacity and training in inclusive and universal design for learning, inadequate institutions supposed to ensure meaningful participation and unequal learning outcomes. So, next, it is their comments. The proposal to the Ministry of Education for submission to the Prime Minister. Every year, the Children and Youth Council of Thailand will going to meet the Prime Minister. First, their comments is about the quality education. Young people want to ensure equal access to quality education through curriculum reform and expanded free education opportunities for all. Second, the digital access. In rural areas, some children in their hometown, they cannot access to the digitalization. They don't have mobile phone, they don't have iPad. Expand internet connectively in remote areas to provide digital access for all students and enhance learning experiences. Third, youth employability. Increase youth employability through scholarships, internships, and digital skills training, bridging the gaps to the job market. And the last one, safe schools for all students in the school. Promote safe and inclusive schools by encouraging youth leadership and civic participation, fostering a supportive environment for all. Finally, what's the important is that I am saying what an education system should be like. It shouldn't be just adults designing, but we should listen to the voices of children, the true users of the education system. That's why the Children and Youth Council of Thailand, we make the National Children and Youth Survey every year. The way to leaving no one behind, we must not forget anyone's voice behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Pon Pratima. I think it's organizations such as yours that do this phenomenal bridging between the gap that is found in the industry with the government. And I think this research work, which is extensively done by you, I'm sure shall add so much value for the government to take their policies ahead going forward. Thank you so much. Moving on to you, Mr. Mansoor Ali Khan. I'm sure you have a long story to say.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum. Ella pugalum iraivanike. Honorable dignitaries, distinguished delegates, representatives of UNESCO and United Nations, fellow panelists and friends. I am Mansoor Ali Khan Abdul Buhari, founder and CEO eDaddy Electric Mobility, building end-to-end last mile mobility system by empowering children, women and community through inclusion and skill development. It is truly an honor to be here today. There was a time when speaking at the United Nations was just one line on my manifestation board. Back then, we were not backed by capital, not celebrated, and not taken seriously. But we had a conviction, and conviction, when tested long enough, become reality. My journey did not start with the electric vehicles. It started in India back in 2013. At a time when mobility was fragmented and informal, we envisioned something radical: digitized auto rickshaws. This was before Ola and Uber entered in Tamil Nadu. We were told wouldn't work. We were told drivers wouldn't adapt. We were told the market was not ready. We built it anyway. Very early on, we made a decision that defined who we are as a builders. We brought women drivers into fleet operation, not as a campaign, but as professionals. People laughed at us. They said driving was a male space. But we believed something deeply. When women are trusted with responsibility, they don't just participate, they transform systems. That experience taught me something bigger. Inclusion does not begin in the workplace, it begins much earlier in education. If girls are not introduced early to mobility, engineering and technology, industry will always feel close to them. When we trained women drivers, we were not just giving jobs. We are giving skills, confidence, economic independence. And that education it is most practical forum. As time went on, drivers faced rising fuel costs and shrinking margins. We realized something fundamental. If you don't fix the economic of mobility, no technology will matter. That is when electric retrofitting was born. But as we moved into electric mobility, we recognized another truth. If transformation is to be sustainable, skill development must start early. In several regions where we operate, we introduce basic EV knowledge and retrofitting concept even at school levels. Today, through eDaddy EduTech, we are developing EV-focused syllabus models and structured skill programs for school and higher education students. Because nothing is too early, but a child brain it can observe, adapt and create faster than artificial intelligence. When children understand how electric system work, how batteries function, how mobility connects to sustainability, innovation become accessible, it become real. Education must not only prepare students for exam, it must prepare them for industry that are emerging today. As we scaled our work into Africa, education and skill development created exponential impact. We didn't just deploy electric bikes, we trained technicians, we built operations academics, we created skill ecosystem, and in Togo, we established one of the first all-women run electric mobility assembly facilities. Not a symbolism, but a belief. When women are trained in technical and manufacturing skill, they elevate entire communities. Today, thousands of livelihoods across 7 countries are supported by skills ecosystem. That is what happens when education connected directly to the opportunity. eDaddy is built on the same philosophy. We are becoming an end-to-end last mobile solution company, not just a vehicle, but complete ecosystem. Responsibility for the vehicle, responsibility for the battery, responsibility for the energy, and responsibility for the person riding every single day. We think beyond ownership, we believe in access. We integrated battery life cycle management, connected vehicle, and data intelligent of fleet and accountable, efficient and scalable. Because sustainable must be operational, not theoretical. eDaddy is proudly built in the United Arab Emirates. Our vision is to electrifying the UAE through sustainable mobility and connected vehicles. This aligns with the direction set by His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum with the Dubai 2030 agenda and within UAE's net zero commitment. But none of this ambition can be realized without education. Public-private collaboration must go beyond policy. It must connect classrooms and to factories, curriculum to commerce, students to skills. If we want sustainable cities, we must first build sustainable education systems. Because sustainability is not about the future, it is about the people who wake up tomorrow morning and go to work. The woman who deserve to earn with dignity, the delivery rider who deserve to return home safely, the young student who deserve to learn skills that matter. When we design accessible, sustainable mobility around people, not profit first, not speed first, but dignity is first. We don't just reduce emission, we raise communities. At eDaddy, our focus to raise communities and that belief in dignity, inclusion, skill development, and shared progress is exactly what brings us together here at UNESCO. That is kind of future worth building together. Thank you.
Wow. What an inspiration to talk about Mansoor. I mean, I've known Mansoor for a very long time, a dear friend also, back in Chennai, starting as a startup, and today taking electric vehicles globally, not only to the UAE, but also to Africa, setting up a plant, and more importantly, the kind of work they have done in terms of including women and education and syncing the two has been simply phenomenal through your CSR, Mansoor. I think it's every step, as you rightly said, you know, building sustainable cities needs sustainable education, and making that equitable and inclusive is leading by example, Mansoor. Thank you so much. Moving on, Dr. Cryos Patawata, for your address, please.
Dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting Equitable Education Fund to be part of this distinguished panel. I would like to share you a story about equitable education and inclusive education that Thailand has been part of it in the past 30 years. May I put the next slide on? If anybody think about equitable education or inclusive education, you might think about the World Declaration of Education for All, or Jomtien Declaration. Anybody in this room have joined that conference 35 years ago by any chance? Can you raise your hand? We are still quite, you know, in the school or something, some sort, right? It's been a long way after that declaration. And after that declaration happened in Thailand, we as a Thai people, as part of the global community, we have made a number of significant progress in at least our home country, starting with a number of legislation like Student Loan, National Education Act, and one of the landmark breakthrough is the cabinet resolution in 2005 that Thailand have provide free education for all nationality, including stateless, and anybody who, you know, children who come to Thailand and would like to get an education, you can get it for free in any school in Thailand. So that is quite a remarkable progress. And fast forward to after the millennia, we also have this declaration, ASEAN Declaration of All School Children and Youth, which a number of my colleagues have mentioned about that already, USCI, in 2016. That is another breakthrough in this region. And for back to Thailand, we have passed Equitable Education Fund Act, which is our organization, in 2018. And by that time, it's already about 30 years of Jomtien Declaration. So we have this conference to commemorate the 30 years of Jomtien Declaration. And we kickstart another new movement, which is in the next slide, we call the Equitable Education Alliance, that we try to promote the movement from a number of the organization. Can you click to the next? Yeah, thank you. So this is the movement to try to gather a number of organization focus on equitable education. This mainly because when you enter the last mile challenge in any things in life, is the most difficult part. Remember, in the last 10 kilo of your marathon is the most challenging. And so the children who are still out of school or any obstruction in the race to education for all, we need all for education. That's why we call this kind of movement called All for Education to achieve education for all. And we have gathered a number of distinguished organizations and friends, and we have been organizing this conference in the past 5 or 10 years. We have made a number of progress in terms of striking the partnership and highlight the importance of data and a number of policy innovation to accomplish this race to education for all. Next slide, please. We have been inviting a number of policymakers and leaders of international and local organizations to share their story, to share their last mile problems, and to share their lessons learned to inspire other countries and a number of organizations to follow through their own mission to achieve the education for all. A number of success stories that I would like to share is in the next slide. That everybody know that the international community funding is quite scarce at the moment. So we look for the private sector. We have been collaborate with the AVPN to develop this platform called Impact Collabs that we raise funds from the high net worth based in Singapore who have the tax incentive that we can give them some incentive to bring the money out of the bank from the high net worth people and find the highest impact investment on equitable education and inclusive education. This is already live. You can Google it and you can find the opportunity to raise your funding through this Impact Collab. It's an outcome-based marketplace. It's starting in Thailand and in Singapore just last year. And we are expanding this kind of market to help anybody who have a mission or project to accomplish this education for all, to identify a new funding source apart from the government and intergovernmental organization. So this is another breakthrough. In the next slide, come back to Thailand. In terms of policy progress, we really inspired by the ASEAN Declaration of our of-school children and youth. So we propose to the government that Thailand need to make a commitment into reality. So we passed a cabinet resolution 2 years ago to announce that Thailand will aim for the zero dropout targets by in the next 4 or 5 years. So the Prime Minister and the 2 successive Prime Minister and the Cabinet commit to 4 Cabinet resolution to identify, to help the children go back to school or alternative learning pathway or entrepreneurship, and to find a flexible learning policy reform, and also try to raise funds from the private sector by using tax incentive. This is a number of commitment from the government, and this is one of a number of policy that's still persistent in Thailand, even though we have an election and a number of political difference. Next slide. So we draw this framework from UNESCO and UNICEF in terms of the 7 dimensions of exclusion. We use this international framework to develop a local policy. So we use this framework to develop this database system. In the next slide. So in a number of countries, you might learn from this kind of experience in Thailand that we know that how many, in exact number, how many children are out of school or inside of the school by using the civil registration number. We use that identification number to match with the identification number in all schools in Thailand to identify a single, each of every single child who are off school in any age group. So we, in the next slide, you can see that we use the API to, this is just the goal that we write to. We aim if in the past government that we're gonna do it in the next 4 years in the last government, but we ending up have an election first. So we hopefully gonna accomplish this in the next government. So this is just a goal to have. In the next slide, we have a good relationship with the Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Education for them to connect the database together to identify each single identification number. So we know the address, we know the name, and we use a protective measure to make sure that this individual data is not shared by those people who don't have authority to, but we can use this data connecting system to knock the door and then invite the family to bring children back to school or find the alternative pathway to learning. So to do that in practice, we be able to identify how many number of students in each age group are still out of school in the past 2 years, or know how many of them have come back to school, and what is the lesson learned from them that we can use for the next case that every volunteer across Thailand have been working in the past 2 years. Next slide, please. We used a number of multiple level of committees. The national level, we have a Thailand Zero Dropout National Committee appointed by the Prime Minister, and we have the governor of each province chair the provincial level Zero Dropout Committee, and we also have the district level. So in these 3 successive committee work together through the single data system to measure progress and to do the workshop to make sure that we share the knowledge. How every journey to bring a child back to education system or alternative flexible learning pathway is always a learning for anybody to develop their own understanding and make sure they have a better way to save the next child. And so we have this kind of also the budget to identify. We have about 4,000 to 5,000 baht per person. This is a budget from the government in the past 3 years that financed the program to bring children back to school or find the alternative flexible learning for them to go to the job-based training. And this is already in running in the past 2 or 3 years in Thailand. Next slide, please. And just to give you an idea, each authorized volunteer will have the smartphone application, and you can identify the out-of-school children in your neighborhood, and you can then contact the village leader and locate the child, and you can then talk to their family. If they refuse to come back to school, we can then connect to the related governmental agency. This is just a picture of how I myself and Minister of Education. In the next slide, you can see that the Minister of Education also conduct the same survey with us to go to the village level. So this is like a nationwide practice that we try to do and learn from this process. Next slide, please. It's not all about bringing back to the traditional school system. It's also about transformative process to make sure that the education system in Thailand is more flexible, so children can have a better flexible learning experience that matched with their potential and their different prospects. So we have a number of innovation happening in the past 2 or 3 years. I wouldn't go to the detail, but you can check in our website later on, including mobile school and in a number of process innovation. In the next slide. For example, some basic occupants like a haircut like this can also connect to the local community. Children who want to learn and earn a living, there are a number of local jobs that they can do, and we not only ask them to work, but for them they need to earn some money as well as learning, so they are not dropping out from the education system right away, but they can go to school in a couple of days, and they can have another 2 or 3 days that work in their village, and they can also earn a living. So this kind of flexible learning is something that we try to find alternative pathway in a number of community and practices. And we also connect to the more high-skilled company and enterprise to make sure that they open their factory and their enterprise to register as a school. So we have this some of our legislation that allow any company to auto-register themselves as an alternative school facility. And so any youth when they work in this company, they can also earn a credit, and then they can continue to earn a degree and then apply for a job as well as the experience in their portfolio. And this is just an example. If you would like to know more about this movement on Thailand Zero Dropout and any other related story, please visit Equitable Education Fund. Thank you so much for allowing us to do this.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kairas. I think governments can make policies, right? And creating a fund, an equitable education fund for the purpose of funding such education policies and putting it into execution is what actually strengthens policymakers and strengthens a policy. Because policies can be made, but unless it's put into an implementation stage, which needs huge amount of funding. For example, as I said, back in India, the policies for a huge, robust population is something that is massive in terms of putting an execution for funding. So unless these policies get funded the way you have created, execution is not going to really happen. And pretty impressive work with the Learning Center and the Mobile School, which is a concept of flexible learning where you bring in children to partake into skillful learning. From there, you also put them into formal education. Brilliant work. I think it's some a great initiative that you have, and I shall ask you a few more questions later on the Equitable Education Fund for sure. Before which, may I invite Mrs. Cassie-Ann Cruz from Commu India to give her address.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ajmal. Can I have the presentation in the screen? First of all, I want to introduce myself. I am Cassie-Ann Cruz, Comunida Incorporated, and I am also working with the Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies, Mahidol University. So I think I would be giving more of the perspective of community grassroots narratives, and at the same time, more of the lens of human rights and civic education. First of all, I want to ask our delegates who among themselves consider themselves young, or at least young at heart. Raise your hand. Yeah, young at heart. Nah? How about creative?
I think young at heart, everybody should be raising their hand.
Everyone, right? How about creative? Creative or artistic by nature. Because often we think we're not creative, right? Oh, it's not a skill. I don't have that skill. It's not natural to me. It's not inherent. But I think with all the discussion on education that we are talking about, it's important to talk about being innovative, creative, and artistic. And I'm really happy to see fellow young people in the hall. As you know, a few years ago, I was one of the observants who were also listening the rest of the panel discussions. And I guess that is what inspired and challenged me to go back to my home country and start Comunida as a nonprofit organization. As what Mr. Shenna has shared earlier, Philippines has a very low creative thinking assessment based on PISA. We only have 14 points from the OECD standards, which is 33 points. So we're very far behind. And I would say it's quite unfair, right? Because I know that my fellow Filipinos were really creative. We are singers. I mean, Thai students has been telling me, oh, Filipinos are good singers. But it is the education system that has given us that kind of ranking, that has molded us into something that is less artistic or less creative by the indexes and assessments that we have. And it only shows the systemic gaps that we have as well, and the need for pedagogical approaches that invites students and young people to be more imaginative, to be more artistic. And us, at least who are in this kind of hall, should be the one encouraging young people to ask difficult questions and critical questions. It might be a little uncomfortable for some policymakers, for some leaders, but we should be the one encouraging young people to challenge the status quo. Next slide, please. And education per se is not about knowledge acquisition. It is also the foundation of democratic societies. And even democracy itself is a very highly contested concept. But in the Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies, we have been talking about democratization, how the civic education looks like. And unfortunately, whether we admit it or not, outside these halls, there are a lot of children and young people who cannot go back to schools because of different problems. I have personally seen Myanmar schools here in Thailand that were forced to close
because of different circumstances. And I saw how difficult it is. No? But what is more disturbing, no? We are losing a whole generation of future scholar practitioners. We're losing a whole generation of future educators, of future experts, doctors, future policymakers, because of the conflict, because of the climate change that we have been talking about since early in this morning. However, when learners are empowered or being encouraged to think critically, to participate in the civic life and the democratic life, it gives them a different kind of agency. And being on the academic field, I also know that it's always a privileged space. And the challenge now is how you put theory, development goals as concepts into practice when you go back to communities. Next slide, please. And so at Comunidad, to reduce the systematic inequalities, we apply the human rights-based approach to civic education, which entails participation, accountability. I know these are quite big concepts, and so we've been trying to do gamification, which later I will show. But we have to ensure that learners at young age already treated as right holders. No, not until high school, not until college or undergraduates, they would realize what are the rights that they need to be respected or fulfilled by the state. And they are not passive recipients, definitely. And in treating the SDG 4 along with the other development goals, we should put premium more on the process, on how the states and the governments are moving toward to achieve these goals. And aside from the government, there are also civil society, there are advocates, there are young people like us, the private sector who should be working on the process rather than the end goal. Because along the process, when we talk about it, in the human rights discourse, the means heavily rely on the political will. And without enough political will, all of these goals would remain goals. All these goals would be adjusted again for another 10 years or perhaps 20 years. And if I would be asked, at the age of 27, will I still be able to witness a quality education, an inclusive education? And you've been talking 35 years ago, that's already a discussion in this hall, right? Next slide, please. So here, children and young people should be treated as co-creators. So we conducted several co-creation workshops in the Philippines. We designed gamified education toolkits. There is AI, of course, but we also need to encourage students to go back to the basics. No? So we ask them to draw, imagine how they want climate change to be taught to them. And leaving no one behind must go beyond the rhetoric and tokenistic approach. Like, for instance, we're putting young people in the hall just to be there, but not really engaging them or seeing how they could be further contribute in the decision-making table or in the panel. So allow me to share as well a brief story during one of our co-creation workshop where we documented some climate community narratives. A young boy shared to us that their teachers would ask them to sniff a mentholated oil during heat waves to stay awake and survive the warm temperature within classrooms. It might sound simple or ordinary. Of course, I know floodings has more impact. But imagine being in their place. Would you be able to understand any lessons being taught if you were asked first to smell or sniff a mentholated oil? And that is how neglect looks like in the ground. And so they also ask us, if you're teaching us about climate justice, it means there is injustice. And at 10 years old, 11 years old, they already understand, and they should understand the concept of injustice, of inequality. Because only then they would realize that they can be future leaders who could change the system and the status quo. And it is a necessity that at a young age, children and youth should also realize their agency as future duty bearers. Next slide, please. So recently, we also facilitated the Youth Engagement Initiative with the ASEAN University Network and ShapeC on envisioning inclusive and human rights-based universities in Southeast Asia. So it looks like a collage, but we asked them, how does a human rights-based university looks like to you? And often the question is, how should teachers, educators be able to come up with the inclusive education curriculum? But I think our educators are also doing well, but young people could also do more, right, and could help. And now the next question is, how do we provide platforms to bridge that intergenerational divide? It's essential to realize that the young people are no longer peripheries in the whole education system and decision-making. Again, inclusive education is not a form of charity or handover, but unfortunately, it's a privilege for many. But when we work towards it, we are doing justice in action. And since morning, we have been talking about all the challenges that we have in the current education system that we are enjoying right now. But I think it's also important to see that being gathered here today with very many young people with us give also us hope. That I think it's also good to see and believe that the future is bright. For senior academics, experts, and policymakers here with us today, I plead and hope that you become more patient with us. And for my fellow young people, we have so much work to do. So I encourage you to engage and collaborate with your professors and adjuncts rather than treating them as a bit of intimidating or scary, or sometimes you're often shy to share your insights and let your voices be heard. Because in this system, we have so much to learn, we have so much to relearn, and we still have so much to unlearn. Thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mr. Cassie. And rightly put, key stakeholders like NGOs like you, private players, government bodies, funding organizations, unless and until they don't cross-collaborate and work together and align, I think this mission, SDG 4, will remain. So thank you so much for that thought. And ladies and gentlemen, we are actually running out of time. And what I would do quickly is I have a couple of questions which I would share, one to Manzoor and one to Doctor here. So Manzoor, I'm sure the inclusivity that you have brought in terms of bringing in women and education together within your organization, within your system, by bringing women drivers who are now today your forerunners driving your e-rickshaws, right? And these women who come to work, also I think you have built a nice creche for them, and where there is facility for their children to be, taken care of, and then their schooling and so on. So if you could throw some light on that, please.
We created women empowerment. It's almost 500 women technician in Togo, the West Africa. So now our focus is two-wheeler and three-wheeler, four-wheeler. So all the vertical EDAD implemented in UAE. So our main market is Africa, empowering the women's, uplifting women.
You know what, actually, if you look at the UN statistics, which really says that, the percentage of the 272 million are the total students who are derived of or deprived of any kind of formal education in the world. And out of this, majority of them are from the Sahara, African, and Central African subcontinent. Yes. And you're right there in Africa doing this job. I think a big round of applause for this gentleman. The kind of work he's been doing, I think, is something phenomenal. Thank you, Manzoor, for this. Quickly moving on, Doctor, it's something very, very interesting, and what I wanted to ask you is, as an investment banker myself, would like to know, how have you created this fund for equitable education, one? And is this first of its kind? Is it replicable?
It's 8 years answer in this question. When we start to draft or start this movement to set up the fund, our main selling point is that when we try to reform from within education system, it's very difficult to raise the priority of equitable education. So which we do it differently, that we think we need a small fund located outside of Ministry of Education. We locate indirectly with the Prime Minister. So setting up a small catalytic fund We don't have much of the money. Our budget is about 3%, 2 or 3% of total education budget in Thailand. But we decide as a small catalytic agency.
Absolutely.
And so this kind of proposal got support by the government, and we strike the opportunity when Thailand draft the new constitution. And in this new constitution, Thai society need a reform. So we propose that if you want to achieve any sustainable development goal, the first goal is SDG 4. Otherwise, who gonna make the other goal, successful in the future? So we think that starting from education, starting from equitable education is the first thing to do. So
Rightly done. I think it's not about the quantity, it's not about the scale. It is 3% or 5% of the total budget, doesn't matter. The very idea of setting up a fund which is going to be fueling education policy is all the more bigger a thought process that you have brought in. And lastly, the zero dropout policy that you have brought in, I think a little bit on that. In a minute, we'll wrap after that.
So we always have these goals in Millennium Development. If you guys remember that zero dropout is been part of the global goal all along. But to do that in practice is so much difficult. So the first thing that we try to pitch to the government that if you want to make it ambitious, setting zero dropout is the ambitious goal the government can do, and call action from the private sector and everybody. So when when the opportunity comes, the new government starting taking their office, we ask them to be ambitious in the first year of government. So opportunistic in terms of policy movement like this is really crucial.
Right.
And I wish everybody can find your own opportunity in your own country.
Thank you for that. Okay, so quickly, 1 or 2 questions in a minute, and we wrap. So anybody?
Yes.
Yep.
Good afternoon, dear panelists. This is Dr. Srilata Channapragada. Here I am. Dr. Srilata Channapragada from India. I have a quick question to any of the panelists, but in specific to Ms. Cruz, if I can say. How can, and this question is a little deeper, how can education systems truly ensure inclusive and equitable learning when social media is increasingly shaping students' skills, values, and attention span? Are we integrating this reality into policy, or are we resisting it?
If you could respond in a minute.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for that question. I think I would go more specific in the ASEAN region. No? At least in the Philippines right now, we're taking over the chairmanship of the ASEAN, and we are talking more about the future-ready ASEAN, and it's quite scary, to be quite honest, because most of the key priorities of the chairmanship is the technology and digitally driven. Now, if we haven't even achieved media and information literacy, we're now going to digital and AI literacy. And most of even the households, the parents, for example, doesn't even know how to protect children and young people with all the information that they could consume in social media. So with that, things happening with those trends, I think I would go back to the responsibilities in the households. And later on, I think this whole movement with the parents and the consumers in general, with the teachers, we could result more into the policy. It goes hand in hand, side by side. No? So are we resisting it? Definitely no. At least for Comunidad, as we go back to traditional ways of creating things, imagining things, but at the same time, there are trade-offs that we need to see. And so digital rights should entail, and digital frameworks in the region should entail protection. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. That was close to my thought process.
Thank you so much. I think this brings us to the close of the session, and I think thank you so much to both the gentlemen and the ladies. I think the point that we have kind of...
I have a question. Just last one.
I'm so sorry. We may have to close. The panelists are available off the stage, and I think we should take them one-on-one. We're totally running out of time.
Okay.
Thank you. So to close, I think global education needs global response. In short, that's what it all brings about, and a cross-collaboration between various policymakers, change makers, United Nations, government bodies, and phenomenal funders like you. And unless this cross collaboration happens, we would not be able to move forward with the SDG 4 and its implementation at an implementation level. Thank you so much once again, and thank you for being a patient audience. Good day and good evening.
Thank you so much, mentor and panelist, for making this really wonderful for us. May I invite Dr. Dakshinamurthy Ramu, founder, chairman, SDC, to kindly come forward to felicitate our esteemed panel members and moderator as a token of appreciation for their leadership, insight, and definitely time management. A big round of applause, please, for them. Perfect. I request all the panelists and the moderator to please stay back for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to honor inspiring individuals whose remarkable efforts continue to advance the Sustainable Development Goals and create meaningful impact in our society. May I respectfully invite Deputy Director, SREG UNESCO, Mr. Giovanni Jin, to come to the stage to felicitate the SDG Impactor in recognition of outstanding contributions towards sustainable development and inclusive development. I would like to invite Ms. Nidhi Agarwal, renowned Indian actress, to kindly join us on stage to receive this special recognition and honor. Please join me in celebrating this moment with a warm round of applause, please. May I now request Mr. Mansoor Ali Khan, founder and CEO of eDaddy Holding, United Arab Emirates, to kindly join us on stage for this special moment of recognition. A warm round of applause, please. As we approach the conclusion of day one, we will now hear a brief summary highlighting key messages, emerging priorities, and proposed actions arising from today's discussions. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Samileen Tawa from the Sustainable Development Council.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude day one of the Global Conference of Education for a Sustainable Future, we are reminded of something powerful. Education is not simply about classrooms, curricula, or credentials. Education is about justice. Education is about dignity. Education is about the future we are willing to build together. My name is Samlin Twa, and I'm honored to serve as the country program coordinator for this conference. Today, I have witnessed more than dialogue. I have witnessed commitment. Through our discussions on strengthening education system for SDG 4 and advancing inclusive and equitable education under the principle of leaving no one behind, one message has become clear. Transformation will not happen by chance. It will happen by choice. Around the world, millions of learners are still waiting for access, for quality, for opportunities, and while the challenges are complex, our responsibility is simple. We must act, we must lead, because transforming education is not an aspiration, it is an obligation. And when education transforms, society transforms. When society transforms, the world transforms. Let us return tomorrow not just as the participants in a conference, but as the architects of change. Thank you for your leadership, your insight, and your courage. We look forward to welcoming you at 10 a.m. tomorrow as we continue shaping a sustainable and inclusive future for all. Have a purposeful evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the clear and thoughtful recap. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude today's session, it is clear that day one has been both inspiring and considerably important. The discussions on strengthening education systems and advancing inclusion have reaffirmed a shared conviction that education remains one of the most powerful enablers of sustainable development, equity, and peace. We now invite you to join us for coffee and tea as we close day one of the conference. This is Trisha Nair saying bye for today. See you again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.